Yo, check. 1, 2, 2, 2. Check. Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Yep. Okay. Can you can hear, right? Okay.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. We are just about to start off the program, so if you are still outside, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. And a short notice for all the participants here. Certificates of participation, delegate kits, and Youth for Human Rights International merchandise will be distributed at the end of the program, so we kindly ask you to stay until the conclusion to receive your items. Thank you for your presence and continued engagement. Thank you.
รายบุคคลอยู่ think we should have. Oh, the box. Yeah. That makes a big difference. Yes, that makes a big difference, right?
It's a big difference. Bigger than a huge.
So if I suddenly disappear, the end anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Speak on the second last, just before that, I come again.
Okay, then. But I hope you'll make it.
Hopefully I'll be fine.
There only. I'm starting now. Good to go. From the rhythms of Africa to the melodies of Asia, from the stories of the Americas to the wisdom of the Pacific, today we gather not just as individuals, but as voices of a global symphony. Welcome to Celebrating Culture, Building Peace, where every culture is a breeze and every dialogue a step towards peace. Good morning, Swadikha. Esteemed delegates, honored guests, cultural ambassadors, and vibrant youth leaders from across the world. I am Sakshi Lamsal. I come to you from Nepal, a land rich in culture, stories, and resilience. And it is my great honor to welcome you all as a master of your ceremony for the Human Mosaic, celebrating culture, building peace here at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok in commemoration of the UNESCO World Day for Cultural Diversity, for Dialogue and Development. As someone who has had the privilege of engaging with audiences through national television and youth advocacy, I have seen how voices, especially young ones, can spark change. As a young communicator and advocate from Nepal, I stand here with a deep pride in the traditions I carry and a strong belief in the power of culture to connect, to heal, and to transform. In a world so often divided by our differences, today we come together to celebrate and to see the culture not as a barrier, but as a bridge. It's an immense pleasure to stand before you today on the UNESCO World Day for Cultural Diversity, for Dialogue and Development, right here in this inspiring space at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok on May 21st. Well, isn't it fascinating how a simple date can hold so much meaning? It really makes you think, doesn't it? It is no mere coincidence, but rather a deeply meaningful alignment that we gather here today for the human mosaic, celebrating cultures, building peace on this very day, May 21st. This date resonates across the globe as the UNESCO World Day for Cultural Diversity for a Dialogue and Development, a date set aside by United Nations, a day born from the deep understanding that our world's greatest strength lies in its diversity. Established aftermath of rising intolerance and division, this day calls on humanity to pause, to reflect, and to appreciate, and to see one another, not through the lens of differences, but of shared dignity. And this is the space where dialogue flourishes, where the stories are shared, and where the beautiful threads of culture are woven together into a mosaic that reflects the best of our humanity. We are privileged to be joined by the representatives of the United Nations, cultural practitioners, peace builders, educators, and youth leaders from across the globe. I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished ambassadors, keynote speakers, and panelists whose perspectives and experiences will illuminate today's conversation and deepen our understanding of how culture connects us all. And what a better place for this celebration than Bangkok, a city that reflects the very essence of what this forum stands for: diversity, heritage, and hospitality. Its culture, richness, and welcoming spirit make it the perfect home for a dialogue like this. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome each one of you. Thank you for bringing your voices, your stories, and energy to this space. I would also like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, our partners, and United Nations whose support and vision made this gathering possible. Before we begin our conversations and reflection today, let's take a moment to connect, not through the words, but through something even more powerful: culture. We're honored to welcome some incredibly talented young students from Tawi Thapi Sek Bangkok Thai School who will grace us with a traditional Thai cultural performance, one that speaks of beauty, tradition, and the spirit of this land. So please join me in welcoming these young performers and allow the language of art to welcome us in the most meaningful way. Thank you. To the students of Tawi Thapisek Bangkok School, thank you from all of us. Through your performance, you didn't just show us a traditional Thai dance. You welcomed us, you embraced us, and reminded us why culture is such a powerful bridge between people. One more time, a big round of applause to these very talented young people. Moving forward, now to open today's program and share a message from the organizing committee, it is my honor to welcome someone whose work continues to inspire change across continents. Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu is a human rights educator and a tireless advocate for SDG. His journey with the United Nations began with the My World 2015 survey for UNDP India, a foundational effort that helped shape the very 2030 agenda we stand behind today. From there, he took on the role of Asia Pacific advocate for My World 2030, igniting SDG awareness across the region. As chairman of Sustainable Development Council and co-founder of the International Youth Forum, Dr. Ramu has empowered thousands of young people to become agents of peace, justice, and sustainability. His work is not just about policies and programs, it's about people, especially youth, and it's about building bridges where divisions once stood. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu to deliver the welcome remarks on the behalf of organizing committee. Big round of applause to Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu.
So, good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, fellow delegates, passionate young change makers. I'm Dakshinamurthy Ramu from India. So, I would like to begin with the country which I come from when it comes to culture. India is a nation of more than 1.4 billion people with 22 official languages and hundreds of dialects, over 2,000 ethnic groups, and almost every religion on the planet are represented in India. India teaches us one thing every day, every minute. Unity in diversity is not just a slogan, it's a way of life. And it's a great honor to stand before you today to speak about three powerful pillars that shape our collective future: cultural diversity, human rights, and sustainable development goals. We live in a world full of beauty, languages, customs, colors, food, faith, and arts. This world is rich in culture of expressions. The diversity is not a challenge to manage, it's a gift to celebrate. And it is what makes humanity creative, vibrant, and strong. But let us remember, when diversity is ignored, when identities are marginalized, when culture are silenced, our human rights are violated. I believe human rights and cultural diversity must work together. One cannot survive without other. And human rights, they are not owned by one country or one continent. They are not a privilege, it's a birthright. The right to speak your truth, the right to be treated with dignity, the right to live without fear and discrimination, this belongs to every human being, no matter where they are born. And sustainable development goals. The SDGs are not just a global plan, they are a promise to create more just, equal, and a peaceful world. When we work for SDG 4, quality educations, we promote understanding the relation between the culture and the education. When we work for SDG 5, gender equality, we empower girls to break the generations of silence. When we work for SDG 10, reduced inequalities, we say clearly everyone deserves to belong. Friends, I've been seeing this truth every corner of my journey, whether in a remote village or even a conference hall or a youth forum. Change doesn't start at the top. It starts from the people. and most powerfully with the young people. So now, I speak directly to the youth of the world. You are not just a leader of tomorrow. You are the change makers of today. In your hands, the power to build a world with respects the every culture, protect every rights, and uplift every voice. And I would like to say, in a divided world, be the bridge. In the silent world, be the voice. In the broken world, be the healer. Do not let anyone to tell you that you are too young. You are not too young to think big. You are not too small to make differences. You are not too late to take actions. Your story matters. Your identity is your power. Your courage is your voice of action. The world needs you, not just as a dreamer, as a doer. Not just a leader, but as a listener. Be both. Let us rise together, united in diversity, rooted in dignity, and driven with a purpose. Let's walk forward, not in fear, but with the hope, action, and compassion. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramu, for that powerful addresses. Thank you for setting the tone for this gathering with such clarity, courage, and compassion. A big round of applause for Dr. Ramu one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time. It is the time and great honor to introduce an extraordinary woman. A lifelong advocate for human rights, a global educator, and a tireless champion of youth empowerment. Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, President and founder of Youth for Human Rights International, a global movement that she built with a vision to ensure that every young person understands their human rights and feels empowered to uphold them. Her journey began in the heart of apartheid era, South Africa, where she witnessed injustice from an early age. But rather than turning away, she transformed that early experience into a lifelong mission. A mission to ensure that every young person not only understands their human rights, but is empowered to protect and defend them. Today, her organization spans over 100 countries, inspiring youth, educators, and leaders alike to stand up for dignity, peace, and equality. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to a true global advocate, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth. On the stage, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and precious youth. Today we gather to celebrate UNESCO's World Day for Cultural Diversity, for Dialogue and Development. This isn't just a day on the calendar. It's a celebration of what makes us human. Culture is not just something, a distant abstract. It's the rhythm of our daily lives. It's the language we speak, the food we eat, the music we dance to, and the stories we tell. Culture is passed down from generation to generation through traditions, through memory, through those shared experiences. Culture is storytelling. It's the story of where we came from, our families, our histories, and it's also the story of where we're going, our dreams, our future. Whether through grandmother's favorite recipe, a debate on campus, or the viral video from halfway across the world, culture is always speaking. The question is, are we listening? Today we witness storytelling through the graceful movements of traditional Thai dances. Let's give those dancers another well-deserved round of applause. Writers, actors, directors, musicians, and artists take us on journeys without ever leaving our chairs. And there's something that might surprise you. I'm a teacher. Culture is not just something to be preserved or celebrated. It's actually a human right. According to the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 27, everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancements and its benefits. That includes you, me, and everyone in this room. This is especially important in spaces like college campuses. As students, you are not just studying culture. I'm going to say that again. You are not just studying culture. You are shaping it. Every discussion, every collaboration, every creative act builds bridges. Professors, your role in guiding and the exchange of ideas, in nurturing curiosity and respect for difference is critical. You help students not only learn about the world, but learn how to live together in it. Today we honor the human mosaic, the vast, intricate, colorful diversity of people and traditions that make up our world. Today, together, we celebrate diversity. Today, together, we celebrate dialogue. Today, together, we build a more peaceful world. Thank you.
Your words remind us that peace is not only built in policies and institutions, but in the hearts, home, and the classroom, where young people are empowered to know their rights and raise their voices. In a world where culture meet and sometimes clash, your work stands as a shining example of how education, empathy, and empowerment can unite us. You have shown that human rights and cultural understanding must walk hand in hand if we are to build the lasting peace. Thank you for being a guiding light in this global mosaic of voices, traditions, and hope. Thank you for reminding us, especially youth in this room, that knowledge is power and action is possibility. Let's carry your message forward today and beyond. One more time, a big round of applause to Dr. Shuttleworth. In a world as beautifully diverse as ours, we know that true peace doesn't just come from the policies or the promises. It begins in the way we treat one another. Sometimes the simplest moments carry the deepest truth. We now invite you to watch a short but very powerful music video titled United, created by the filmmaker Taron Lexton, directed when he was just 19 years old. This video has traveled the world, not just for its cinematic quality, but for the universal message it carries. Let us be reminded through this video that peace is not something distant, it's something we create together every day. For now, let's watch United.
Now if you and I, TED, the world would be a better place, you know? As it pulls from my pen, pain pulls from my heart. Knowing this kid somewhere that actually starved. Take the time out, close your eyes, just picture this. No color, no hate, nemesis or differences. TV is filling me with scenes of negativity, but we can control it if we cooperate willingly. We came a long way, but got so much further to go. Guns kill, but hatred destroys us the most. And the problem could never be solved, you see. Human rights define the word equality. If we don't respect and love each other, we're just living a lie. Because united starts with you and I, you feel me?
We all are born free and equal, free to walk and free to talk, free to dance, free to jump and free to prance. And what I'm saying, gotta keep it together, no matter how bad the weather. It will be alright, keep it tight, cause we all got our freedom rights every day, from the night to the broad daylight. Don't discriminate, learn to appreciate, so you don't have to imitate. Don't be the one to hate, it's never too late. You got the right to life, innocent to proven guilty. You can say what you like, gotta get the education. Don't throw it away, know your human rights, cause it can help you someday.
Thank you for that powerful and very, very, very moving video. United reminds us that art speaks where sometimes word fail. But no matter where we come from, what language we speak, we all understand the language of kindness, courage, and unity. And now it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the visionary behind that music video and the creative force behind the film we are about to experience. Taron Lexton is a storyteller, an adventurer, and a filmmaker whose work crosses the borders and connects people through powerful visual narratives. He is the founder of TXL Films and the writer and the director of Nomad, a breathtaking film shot across 30 countries and all 7 continents, celebrating our human connection through culture, emotion, and lived experience. His films are not just watched, they are felt. They speak to the soul of what it means to be human in a beautifully diverse world. Please join me in warmly welcoming Taron Lexton to the stage, please.
Thank you so much. How are you guys doing? Doing good? Okay, good. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, everybody. This is such an amazing event. Thank you to the United Nations. And most of all, thank you to my mother. I'm gonna get emotional. This is so silly. 20 years ago, I was 19 years old, and she invited me to make that music video to express myself about human rights, this idea that a lot of us have experienced about bullying, right? Who here has experienced bullying in their life? A lot of people. I definitely did. And she just invited me to very candidly express myself through my art, which is filmmaking. And as part of that music video, we traveled to 14 different countries. I actually accompanied her on her first world tour in 2004, including to Thailand. And some of that footage you saw was from Thailand. And I will tell you that I was so inspired by that experience of traveling. I was so moved by humanity, by just how similar we are, how much more connected we are than we realized. And from that moment, I was 19 years old, I decided I need to express this somehow. I need to somehow get this feeling out to the world. And I basically went on a mission to come up with a story that would be sort of fun enough, exciting enough, thrilling enough, and would invite people on a journey to discover the world and discover humanity and to feel connected to all the people around the world. So what you're about to see is a feature film which was shot in 30 countries all around the world. It was shot on all 7 continents, and it's the first narrative feature film to be shot on all 7 continents. So this film has not yet been released. It was shown in some limited ways in the United States. You guys are some of the first people in the whole world to see this movie. So thank you so much for being here, really appreciate it. And I want to show you, if we can bring up the slideshow, just a little bit about this movie, because it's a very, very special and very unique movie. So this slide, this is a total solar eclipse, and it was filmed in 2019. So this is a scene from the movie, and there's no Photoshop in this image. There's no green screen. This whole movie was shot completely for real. So there's no green screen, there's no lights, there's no sets, everything is real, because I wanted this to be a celebration of the reality that is the world and humanity. So this movie was shot by a tiny crew, 8 crew members and 2 actors. We traveled all over the world together like this. We didn't travel with the camels. This was only here. But you can see us there. This is in Dubai. We filmed on IMAX cameras. So in a few months when we release this movie, you'll be able to see it in IMAX. All the actors did their own stunts, so you're gonna see some very exciting moments, and it was always the actors doing their own stunts. They insisted. We braved hurricanes, wild animals. COVID happened right in the middle of our shoot. So we were halfway through our shoot and then COVID struck and we persisted. We filmed with indigenous tribes in Africa. This is the Maasai in Tanzania. These are people who had never been filmed before, and they generously agreed to be in our movie. And it's not a documentary. This is a feature film. It's a love story. So everyone is, it's a blend of reality and fiction. This is with the San people in Botswana, who also generously were part of the movie. We crossed the Drake Passage, which is the most dangerous body of water in the world, to get to Antarctica, to check off our 7th continent. So all of this is in this movie you're about to see. And yeah, so that's a little bit about the movie. I really appreciate you guys being here and watching it. And just please know that this is my expression. 20 years ago, I made a music video. We premiered it at the United Nations. And now here we are again. I wrote and directed this movie. My mother executive produced this movie. It's a very fun, kind of crazy movie, so I hope you enjoy it. And here we are at the United Nations again, celebrating humanity. And thank you very, very much.
ancient temples to the chaos of city streets, we saw what connects us, our hope, our fears, our stories. All right, so this was the 30 minutes preview of the cinematic voyage Nomad. We can see it in the theater later this year. So as we carry on with today's celebration of culture and peace, let us remember what Nomad showed us. The world is vast, and yet somehow we all belong to it together. Thank you once again for being the part of this cinematic voyage. I have a quick announcement, and it is lost and found, so anybody is the owner of this phone, please contact me. It's an iPhone? Okay, I'll get it to you. Moving forward, in a moment filled with gratitude and grace, we honor the exceptionally talented Taron with heartfelt token of appreciation presented by true global advocate and visionary Dr. Shuttleworth. I request Dr. Shuttleworth and Taron to come forward for the token of appreciation provided to Taron. Where are the volunteers? All right. Sure, we'll do it later. And moving forward, building on that reflection, we now move into a very special segment of today's program, the high-level keynote addresses under the theme Culture at the Heart of Peace and Development. This session features voices from diplomacy, heritage, cultural leadership, and innovation, each one adding a meaningful piece to our shared mosaic of peace building. Morocco, with its centuries-old tradition of coexistence, intercultural dialogue, and the artistic expression, reminds us how culture can serve not only as a bridge between communities, but also a foundation for sustainable peace and global understanding. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency, Mr. Abderrahim Rali, Ambassador of His Majesty, the King of Morocco, to the Kingdom of Thailand on the stage, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear youth, it's my delight to extend my appreciation to the Sustainable Development Council for kindly inviting me to join the celebration of the World Day of Cultural Diversity. Such a day represents an opportunity to highlight the role of interculturalism in fostering peace, stability, and security. In many conflict cases around the world, we have been witnessing the impact of social division, ethnic and religious marginalization on the escalation and intensification of insurgencies, armed and civil wars. Cultural awareness and acceptance play a crucial role in building sustainable peace and preventing conflict, acknowledging diversity, and promoting interfaith dialogue widely contribute to ensuring social cohesion to build a stable and a peaceful society. For the Kingdom of Morocco, culture and peace remain interlinked. Building peace requires significant levels of cultural understanding and religious tolerance. Allow me to highlight that Morocco has been reputed as both a land of cultural diversity and a realm of religious moderation, tolerance, and coexistence. As an African, Arab, Mediterranean nation, Morocco enjoys a long-standing historical legacy of so many centuries that contributed to building a multicultural and diverse society. As provided by the Constitution, Morocco encompasses a broad spectrum of blended cultural backgrounds of Arab, Amazigh, Hassani component with African, Andalusian, Hebraic, and Mediterranean affluent. His Majesty King Mohammed VI has been advocating an inclusive approach to endorse and perpetuate Morocco's iconic landmark of being a Muslim, open and tolerant country. Open and tolerant country that connects cultures and empowers its citizens to freely practice their religious worship and cultural beliefs. Under the leadership of His Majesty the King, being the commander of the faithful, Morocco has been promoting a moderate and tolerant practice of Islam, meant to unify people with different backgrounds and cultures. To guarantee such a freedom of practice, Morocco hosts worship facilities such as mosques, churches, and synagogues. Morocco has also been engaged in many regional and international initiatives that recommend cultural understanding and interfaith dialogue as mechanism to mitigate emerging threats to security, to promote peace, to fight against radicalism, and to prevent terrorism and extremism. In this respect, Morocco created 3 main institutions that provide training programs focused on religious and Islamic studies. The Rabita Muhammadiyya of Ulama, which is the League of the Muhammadiyya Scholars. It was created by His Majesty the King in 2006 to ensure promoting the authentic values of Islam, its noble objectives, and to share tolerant Islam in its precepts and its worthwhile teaching, including wisdom, good advice, and respect for the principles of moderation and balance. The second institution is the Mohammed VI Foundation of African Ulama, or African Scholars. It was created by His Majesty in the year 2016 to serve as an institutional framework to promote tolerant values of Islam, to foster religious and cultural connections with African scholars, and to encourage the creation of religious, scientific, and cultural centers. The third institution is the Mohammed VI Institute for Training of Religious Scholars and Predicators. It was created in the year 2015, and it provides imams with skills and knowledge to carry out tasks of teaching the precept of Islamic law, explaining its objectives, promoting tolerance and moderation, contributing to preserving religious unity of the Muslim community, and participating to the religious, educational, and cultural activities. Being the oldest university in the world, built in the year 857, Al-Qarawiyyin University in the city of Fez in Morocco, contributes, and it's a university that is still open up to today and still delivering diplomas and so on. It contributes to promoting values of Islam domestically, regionally, and internationally. It organizes training programs for scholars on Islamic law, Quranic and Islamic studies, and promotes scientific research in areas of Quranic and Hadith studies. Within the framework of South-South cooperation, Morocco promotes a culturally based approach to resolve interstate conflicts in the African continent through its active participation in peacekeeping operations, peace-building initiatives, and mediation processes. Morocco has been contributing to the United Nations peacekeeping operations in Africa and elsewhere since 1960. Currently, Morocco provides over 1,700 blue helmets in 4 countries. Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, and South Sudan, who have been devotedly contributing to facilitating communication and interaction with local population, building trust and relationships with relevant local actors to implement the mission's mandate, ensuring flexibility and adaptability in different cultural contexts. In its missions, as the chairperson of the peace-building process in the Central African Republic since 2014, Morocco has been promoting cultural awareness, respect and understanding among local populations to facilitate coordination efforts among local authorities and the United Nations Peacebuilding Commission. Morocco, as a regional key player, has been facilitating dialogue between Libyan parties to the conflict. Morocco has been hosting many dialogue sessions to the purpose of finding a political solution to the Libyan crisis with the help of the United Nations. To the purpose of further promoting the role of interculturalism in global peace and security, Morocco is fully involved in international and regional forums, such as the UNESCO, the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, l'ICESCO, the Arab League Educational, Cultural and Scientific Organization, ALESCO, and the International Organization of Francophonie, OIF, to share common values of tolerance, respect, and the fight against extremism and terrorism. Morocco is also participating to the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, initiatives to promote cultural dialogue and mutual understanding among nations and people. In 1979 already, Morocco ratified the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that includes the protection of the freedom of choice and of belief. In 2023, Morocco proposed to the UN General Assembly a resolution adopted by consensus promoting inter-religious and intercultural dialogue and tolerance in countering hate narratives. To conclude, once again, my gratitude to the Sustainable Development Council for organizing such an important meeting to promote the importance of culture in domestic, regional, and international peace. I would commend the organizing team and their leadership for the tireless effort to make such an event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Abderrahim Rali, for sharing your thoughts and being a part of this meaningful occasion. May I now invite the organizers to kindly present a token of appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Abderrahim Rali, Ambassador of His Majesty, the King of Morocco, to the Kingdom of Thailand. Thank you once again, Excellency, for your presence and your contribution to today's dialogue. A big round of applause to His Excellency, please. On behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Darky Ephraim Africa, Ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to the Kingdom of Thailand, we have Sir Sesoka Levogang, First Secretary of South Africa Embassy, representing a nation known globally for its journey of reconciliation, resilience, and vibrant multicultural identity. His Excellency brings a unique perspective on how cultural diversity can serve as a powerful tool for peace building and inclusive development. We're honored by your presence, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sir Sesoka Levogang, First Secretary of South Africa Embassy.
Good morning. Sawadee Krap. This speech is made on behalf of my ambassador, who is under the weather this morning. Program Director, Dr. Ramu, Dr. Shuttleworth, Excellencies, Youth for Human Rights International, panelist, especially compatriot, Ms. Joy Ngoma from our beautiful country, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me on behalf of South Africa to participate in this important event to celebrate culture and peace. We today, against the backdrop of growing conflicts around the globe, the war in Ukraine, and the unending devastation of Gaza stands out as a huge indictment on our collective conscience and failure to build a world underpinned by understanding, inclusion, peace, and sustainable development. After decades of apartheid and racial tension, South Africa recognized under the leadership of our first democratically elected late President, His Excellency Nelson Mandela, that we need to build a new country and a new society. During his inaugural speech, President Mandela emphasized the need to come together to build peace, harmony, and to unite in our diversity, to celebrate our different cultures and traditions. He reminded that our strength and prospect for peace and development is embodied in our diversity, the motto of South Africa, which is Ike Tira Ki, which means diverse people unite. This mosaic of our country was aptly by the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who coined the popular moniker, the Rainbow Nation. This underscored the essence of cultural diversity as an internal function to integrate people, foster understanding for peace, coexistence, and development. The world is facing understanding for peace, coexistence, and development. Culture is more than ritual, food, music, and clothes. It is not merely a branding for soft power. It provides a platform for forging peaceful relations and partnerships between nations and positively contributes to a global solidarity, understanding, social cohesion, and nation building. Our respective strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics should bring us together to fight the manifestation of racism, sexism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. We must use the power of our cultural diversity to build a world free from prejudice, genocide, hatred, and division. Our humanity is intertwined. None is better without the other. Development is only possible where understanding and peace are forged and promoted. Culture is an inherent element of fundamental human rights, and it enjoys protection under international human rights law. Cultural rights were first enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 27. I quote, "Everyone has the right to freely participate in the cultural life of community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits," end quote. We therefore need to ensure that all the obligation on culture finds expression in our national development frameworks and policies. South Africa is currently developing a cultural diplomacy policy framework. Our framework will be grounded on the principles of Ubuntu, international law, as well as African Union Charter for African Cultural Renaissance, which recognize the important role that culture plays in mobilizing and unifying people around common ideas and promoting cultures to build the ideal of Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. Culture is also central to human development because of its range of spin-off to political, economic, social, cultural, and human rights dimension and implication. It is for this reason that we urge countries to advocate for the inclusion of culture in the post-2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, as we recognize culture as an important driver of sustainable development, peacemaking, and peacekeeping. Therefore, it should be stand-alone goal posed to the 2030 SDGs. It is now well known that culture is a key factor in sustainable development and securing success for social change, as Ronald Gratz advised in 2017. Culture is a system of social orientation or a mental map. It represents the entirety of socially shared values and norms, ways of life, and forms of knowledge, patterns of thoughts, action, and perception, all appropriated by people through socialization. Such a system can build understanding, harmony, and can initiate dialogue and foster development. We are all bound by a common desire of peace, solidarity, and justice. The late Archbishop Desmond Tutu spoke about the transformative power of culture as a force for positive change. He passionately advocated and emphasized the importance of collective consciousness and the need for a new cultural narrative that reflects the values of reconciliation, forgiveness, and Ubuntu. We should be intentional in our action to protect and promote the diverse cultural aspect of society. We need to take deliberate steps to preserve and protect our heritage, in particular our museum, monuments, libraries, and other cultural sites or infrastructure. In addition, we need to establish international cultural relations, collaboration, partnerships, cooperation that will facilitate a smooth process of returning cultural and heritage artifacts and assets to their rightful owners. Restitution of cultural assets is part of social justice. I would like to remind us of the UNESCO Principle on International Cultural Cooperation adopted in 1966, which states that the wide diffusion of culture and the education of humanity, liberty, and peace are indispensable to the dignity of man. Article. I state that, I quote, each culture has a dignity and value which must be respected and preserved. Every people have the right and the duty to develop its culture and their rich variety and diversity. And in the reciprocal influence they exert on one another, all culture form part of common heritage belonging to all humankind, close quote. Like our late President and Archbishop Desmond Tutu, we must strive unceasingly to promote peace, justice, reconciliation, and dialogue. Development can only thrive in conditions of peace and understanding. We need a new culture of building bridges between people and groups to shape and strengthen our resolve to celebrate our cultural diversity, to build peace and development. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sir Sesoka, and for sharing your thoughts and being a part of this important occasion. May I now invite the organizers to kindly present a token of appreciation to Sir Soka on the behalf of His Excellency Mr. Darke from Africa, Ambassador of the Republic of South Africa to the Kingdom of Thailand. Thank you so much. Representing a country known for its rich heritage of ethnic diversity, storytelling, music, and community spirit. His Excellency brings with him a perspective deeply rooted in the cultural fabric that shapes Kenya's approach to peace and sustainable development. We are honored to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kiptines Lindsay Kimwole, Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to the Kingdom of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage, please.
Good morning, it's still morning. A good morning to everyone. Let me have a drink of water before I start talking. Thank you very much, everyone. The world is a big place and it is enough for everyone. We just saw from that movie. From the deserts of Africa to the South Pole, to the east and to the west, and to the north, the world is enough for everyone. Why are we fighting? Why are we killing the children of Gaza? Why aren't we talking about the starving of the children of Gaza? The world is enough for everyone, for the people of Israel, for the Palestinians, for the Kenyans, for the people of Thailand, people of India, China, everywhere. The world is enough for everyone. Let's stand up for the rights of those who are being violated. But that is not the content of my speech today. What I'm saying is based on what I just saw on the movie. And I look forward to watching it when it hits the screens. So what do I have to say today? I want to share with you the cultural experience or perspectives of cultural tolerance and the use of cultural practices to promote peace and unity in Kenya. I don't know how much time I have, but at the end of this speech, I intend to show you just some few excerpts of some of the traditions that we have used to promote peace and tolerance in our country, and indeed in the region of East Africa. So let me go straight to my speech. I am pleased and honored to join you this morning on this important day of celebrating the UNESCO World Day for Cultural Diversity, for Dialogue and Development. Your presence underscores the collective commitment to fostering understanding, unity and peace through celebration of our cultural diversities. The world needs this cultural dialogue at this moment in time because of the global challenges that we face. We all know the 3 planetary crises that we are facing. And if we don't come together, we will perish together, as the UN Secretary General would often remind us. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Sustainable Development Council and the Youth for Human Rights International, and my dear friend, Dr. Ramu, and Dr. Shuttleworth for organizing this dialogue and for the gracious invitation for me to share Kenya's experience and insights in the use of intercultural dialogue in Kenya to foster peaceful coexistence and development in the country and indeed in the East African region. I also wish to congratulate UNESCO for its great role in the preservation of our heritages. We work very closely in Kenya with UNESCO to preserve the various heritages that make Kenya what it is today. The presence of an array of stakeholders from government to the private sector and civil society in this forum is a clear testimony of the role that the Sustainable Development Council and the Youth for Human Rights have played in advancing the SDGs, human rights, including or inclusive of governance and grassroots empowerment. Sorry, just 1 minute. Let me go back to that. The presence of an array of stakeholders, from government to the private sector and civil society, in this forum is a clear testimony of the role that the Sustainable Development Council and the Youth for Human Rights have played in advancing the SDGs, human rights, inclusive governance, and grassroots empowerment of women. What is my fourth All right, this encompasses the harmonious integration of economic growth, social, cultural inclusion, and environmental protection. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to share with you excerpts of the rich cultural tapestry of Kenya. One of the key pillars of our foreign policy is cultural diplomacy, which we believe is a tool for fostering cultural respect and understanding between diverse nations through cultural heritage exchanges and partnerships. Cultural diplomacy is thus, or rather plays a pivotal role by creating space for dialogue, promoting collective tolerance, and celebrating diversity. In Kenya, cultural diplomacy has been instrumental in bridging divides, healing wounds, and building a cohesive nation. Through music, dance, art, and storytelling, we have nurtured a culture of peace that transcends ethnic and regional boundaries. We recognize the fact that preservation of our cultural heritage is intrinsically linked to our own sustainable development. As a strong believer in unity in diversity, that is what Kenya is, the Kenya government has established or mandated several key players to promote cultural diversity and practices, including the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Heritage, Kenya Cultural Center, and the Institute of Culture and Ecology, or ICE. The ICE focuses on promoting cultural practices that contribute to sustainable environmental development. The environment, as we know it today, is our pharmacy, it is our hospital, and it is our oxygen tank. So, very vital to our well-being and survival. So, in your own small way, if I may challenge you, what are you doing to preserve our environment? Which we have agreed is our hospital, is our pharmacy. What are you doing in terms of using your culture to preserve our environment and promote sustainable development? So that's a challenge that I want to throw out to you. The use of traditional methods of environmental conservation are critical in this era of climate change, environmental pollution, and biodiversity loss. NGOs like the Green Belt Movement, founded by Nobel laureate Professor Wangari Maathai, exemplifies how our cultural values have been utilized to drive environmental conservation. Through the growing of trees, the Green Belt Movement has empowered communities, particularly women and the youth, to combat environmental degradation and promote biodiversity. Among the tribes of northern Kenya, for example, various cultural practices have been used to foster harmony among diverse communities. For example, the cultural initiative known as the Tobong Lore, or Lake Turkana Cultural Festival brings together various ethnic groups to celebrate their shared heritage and promote peaceful coexistence. These festivals serve as platforms for dialogue, understanding, and reconciliation, transforming historical rivalries into collaborative partnerships. Similarly, some communities like the Pokot and the Marakwet of Kenya use the Leketio culture to deal with conflicts and promote peace. Let me just explain what this is about. I am calling it the Leketio culture. Among the Pokot and the Turkana, or rather the Marakwet of Kenya, women have a traditional belt that they wear after giving birth. And this belt is normally used by women to preserve their body after giving birth. But then it is also a weapon to, yes, indeed, we have celebrated various cultures. But I also want to say that our cultures face challenges. And one of the challenges that we have seen in Kenya in as far as promoting cultural diversity is modern technology. Modern technology has come into the young people of Kenya, into the old people of Kenya, but we have also used it to destroy our traditional heritages. But not just to destroy. Technology has also come handy in the preservation, especially on digital documentation of some of the cultures that are disappearing today. So what I'm trying to say is, as much as technology is good for us today, it is also going to destroy some of the cultures we are supposed to preserve. What then we are supposed to do is to find a balance between preserving our traditions for peace building, and at the same time using technology to preserve some of the cultures that will eventually disappear if no one takes interest in them. Let me conclude by talking about something that we rarely talk about, probably in such a forum or in many parts of the world. In Kenya today, we have a problem, we have a cultural problem in terms of what we call female genital mutilation. It is a problem that we are fighting even in the community that I come from. It is a problem that is derailing the development of the girl child. I know it also happens in other communities outside Africa, but it is practiced in many parts of Africa. And we have a duty to fight this retrogressive culture. As much as we are praising our culture for peace, or the use of cultures for peace, this one is not for peace. It is mutilating our girls. And we need to say no to FGM, wherever we are, and especially to the men. Because in Africa, most men say they will not marry a girl who has not gone through FGM. So I want to challenge my African brothers who are here, I can see one of them is here, that indeed we need to fight some of these retrogressive cultures so that we can give an opportunity to our girl child to exploit their dreams and reach the South Pole like we saw from the movie. In conclusion, let me say that cultural diplomacy is not just about dancing or showcasing music, it's about building bridges. I hope that this forum will continue to seek ways and strategies to build bridges between the various communities around the world for the sake of peace. As we celebrate this day, please let us remember, as we celebrate humanity today, let's not forget the children of Gaza who are being starved to death because of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. I am saying this from my own heart. It is not official government position. It is my position as a human being that we must speak about some of the wrong things. We must speak about some of the wrong things that we are seeing our own governments doing. We must not stand on the sidelines. Somebody must speak. And if the whole world can unite and speak against this, a few children will be saved in Gaza. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Okay, I promised to show you a quick movie. Sorry for taking all your time, but I think it will take about 3 minutes just to see some of the examples of cultural performances that we use. Culture, dances, you can see the beautiful women. Next.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Captain Lindsay Kimwale, for your presence and contribution to this special occasion. May I now invite the organizers to kindly present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Captain Lindsay Kimwale, Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to the Kingdom of Thailand. Thank you so much. Moving forward, next we are honored to welcome Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali Devan, an heir apparent to the Prince of Arcot, India. As a cultural activist, philanthropist, and musician, he leads initiatives to the Prince of Arcot endowments and the Arcot Foundations, supporting education, heritage, and interfaith harmony across Tamil Nadu. His presence today enriches our dialogue on culture at the heart of peace and development, offering a perspective deeply rooted in tradition and service. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali to the stage, please.
A very good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Vanakkam from the state of Tamil Nadu in India, where I come from. First of all thanks to the Almighty, the Lord of the world, for giving me this opportunity to be here amongst you all lovely people. My thanks to Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, Mr. Dakshinamurthy, or the Dr. Dakshinamurthy who is here, my friend Gokulnath, Taran, and thank you, Sakshi, for the introduction. So it gives me great pleasure to be here amongst the excellencies, the diplomats, you lovely people, people from Bangkok, from Thailand, from other parts of the world. So we are here today to talk about unity in diversity, world peace. So usually I don't write a speech and come. It's become a habit that I speak what I feel from the heart, and in fact I take down some points to talk about. And today we are here to talk about unity, but my question is, why keep talking again and again, again and again? There is a reason for it. I'll come to that. According to me, ignorance, it creates a kind of a dislike towards people. And that dislike, it converts to fear. And that fear, many a times, it develops into hatred. And that hatred creates refugees. So I think we have to work backwards and try to understand why there is ignorance. Why do we not try to understand people, try to understand each other? And the best way of understanding each other in today's times is, I think, with dialogue. When you sit and talk, many misconceptions are removed. I think that's the need of the hour. And if you see, there are many nations who still have problems between groups and communities and stuff like that. And if you see all these nations, or at least most of the nations who have the problems, are not the developed nations. These are the countries whose people are struggling, either for their employment or with hunger or with housing. So I think these are the people who are kept busy fighting each other. One of the ways to overcome this problem is to make sure that you have a good leader, and that leader develops the nation so that the people are focused on something constructive rather than destructive. I think that's one of the best ways is to develop, and that development will come through the basics of it, which is education. I think we have a lot of youngsters here. They should understand that educate yourself. There is nothing like education, because nobody can steal what you have learned. Other things can be stolen. I think what you learn is yours. And also very importantly, we, in my home country, India, I would very, very proudly say that we are a very diverse country. We have many religions, many faiths, many castes, many states, many languages. In spite of that, we live in harmony. And personally, I would say on my behalf, on my family's behalf, and our community's behalf there, that we strive to bring people together. And I think one of the finest ways is to bring together in the form of art, in the name of culture, in the name of music, in the name of food. Food brings people together. You feed people, you bring people together. You spread love. It doesn't matter what caste, creed, color you come from. All these small things, and you can't bring unity and people together by standing here on this stage and talking. It doesn't happen like that. I can give my opinion, I can give a dialogue, but the actual unity and the talk can happen over a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. You can actually talk what you can do and actually do it. Here I can give my opinion. Here people can stand and give their opinion, but the actual thing can happen out there. And it's a great honor to be here, right here in the United Nations Center and speak. That itself is a great honor. But the unity, more than here, can happen out there, and you all can do it together. One more thing which I want to say is that extremists are found in every religion. Not one religion you will find without people being fundamentally extremist. You'll find them in every religion. Unfortunately, today, one or two religions are labeled as extremist religions, but not really is the case, because these people are found in every religion. And mind you, those extremists do not represent that religion. They form a very, very, very small percentage. I think, what about the 99.999% of the people of that religion or that faith who want peace, who want to live together? They represent the religion, not the extremists. So my humble request is for the youngsters, is to not fall prey to all the social media stuff which goes on your gadgets. That's not the truth. Because where we come from, again I say I proudly come from India, where people are living harmoniously, in harmony, today. But you take your phones, you take your gadgets, some news or the other will keep showing. That's not the truth. You should travel and see how it is. Another thing is, unity can be influenced by various medium, including movies, what we saw now. Today, movies are a big influence. What they show, it sticks to your mind. You take it as the reality. You show some community is a villain, you think it's a villain. You show one community as the heroes, you think they're the actual heroes. No. Nobody in the world, as many of our diplomats have said, have any right to claim that they are good or to show that some other people are bad. And one very important thing, never divide yourselves in the name of color or caste. You know something, all the youngsters here, nobody is superior by the color of your skin. Your skin color is only because of the geography of the country you're in. If you're in a hotter country, your color is darker. If you're in a colder country, your color is fairer. Do your science, you'll know. I come from India, I'm in the medium brown color. It doesn't make me good or bad. The only way you can be good or bad is by your deeds, by your thoughts, not by your color. So never, ever, ever divide yourselves in the name of color or any nationality you come from. And no nationality can claim that we are the superheroes or we are the saviors of the world. It all depends on your thoughts, your deeds, and what you do. So this is very important for the youngsters, especially who are here. And finally, I'll say that I always tell in my speeches that if you believe in God, if you believe in the Lord, if you believe in a creator, there is only one creator. Because most of the problems are happening today because of the faith. My religion is better than your religion. My community is better than your community. There is only one God. I may call him, as a Muslim, Allah. You may say God. The Hindus may say Ishwar. In different languages, you may refer to him as different names, but it all points to the same God. We have divided ourselves. We are trying to break ourselves. I think we have to work around it, make the world a better place, if not for us, for our children or their children. So I think this platform here is a fantastic medium, all thanks to the marvelous organizers here, Mary, Dakshinamurti, Gokul, and everyone there, to even give us the opportunity to be here, to speak to you all. And I'm really thankful to the organizers, to all of you for listening to me, and all thanks to the Almighty. We say Alhamdulillah, which means all praise to the God. And dialogues never talk and debate. By dialogue, you can never win. There cannot be a winner, ever. You can only win hearts. With these words, I am very glad that I've come to Thailand, my first time. Beautiful country, beautiful people, good kingdom. I mean, even to give an opportunity by His Highness, the King of Thailand, and the Prime Minister, and the government, to give us an opportunity to come to your country and to speak in front of you all itself is a great thing for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, His Highness Nawabzada Mohammed Asif Ali, for your inspiring presence and contribution. May I now invite the organizers to kindly present a token of appreciation to His Highness Nawabzada Mohammed Asif Ali, Diwan and Heir Apparent to the Prince of Arcot, India. Thank you so much. Moving forward, next we are privileged to welcome Mr. Jirayut Shrapsri Sofa, founder and Group CEO of Bitcoop Capital Group Holdings Corporate Limited, Thailand's leading blockchain and digital asset company. His perspective on the intersection of culture, technology, and development will greatly enrich our today's discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jirayut Shrapsri Sofa to the stage, please.
His and Her Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me as one of the speakers today. I'm very proud to be representing Thailand on a global stage. And also thank you for hosting such a global event here in Bangkok. I hope those of you who flew all the way here, please spend a few more days in our country. We have a lot to offer. We have very nice mountains up north. We have very nice beaches down south. I'm sure you will fall in love with Thailand on this trip. Today, I have about 10 minutes to talk about youth empowerment. And I was informed to construct the speech in Thai, since there are a lot of Thai youth in this room today. So please allow me to switch the language. สวัสดีน้องๆทุกคนนะครับพี่ท็อปจิรายุทธจากบิดครับนะครับดีใจที่ได้เจอน้องๆทุกคนในวันนี้พี่ท็อปมีเวลา10 นาทีที่จะพูดถึงอนาคตของพวกเราทุกคนซึ่งพี่ท็อปก็ปัจจุบันนะครับแล้วก็อดีตเนี่ยเคยเป็นอนาคตของประเทศนี้เหมือนกันและในอีกไม่นานเนี่ยพี่ท็อปก็ตอนนี้เป็นคนที่ผลักดันสิ่งใหม่ๆให้เกิดขึ้นในเมืองไทยเป็น the new hope ของประเทศเราแต่อีกไม่นานพี่ท็อปก็จะเป็นอดีตเหมือนกันน้องๆทุกคนในห้องนี้เนี่ยคืออนาคตผู้นำของประเทศเราพี่ท็อปดีใจมากที่ทุกคนเนี่ยได้เสียสละวันนี้เนี่ยมาพัฒนาหาความรู้นะครับให้กับตัวเองในวันนี้น้องทุกคนรู้ไหมครับปีที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยคนไทยของเราเนี่ยเกิดแค่500,000 คนปกติเราจะมีเด็กเกิดใหม่เนี่ย1 ล้านคนทุกปีปีที่แล้วเหลือแค่500,000 คนมีคนเสียชีวิตมากกว่าคนที่เกิดในบ้านเราเรียบร้อยแล้วในปีที่ผ่านมาแล้วถ้าเราโตในเรทนี้ไปเรื่อยๆเนี่ยภายในอีกแค่50 ปีเนี่ยคนที่มีสัญชาติไทยจริงๆเนี่ยจะเหลือแค่33 ล้านคนแค่นั้นเองจาก70 ล้านคนแล้วโลกของเราเนี่ยไม่ได้ขับเคลื่อนด้วยคนรุ่นเก่าพี่ท็อปบอกเลยโลกของเราในทุกอินดัสทรีเนี่ยขับเคลื่อนด้วยกับคนรุ่นใหม่ทั้งนั้นคนรุ่นใหม่ไม่ได้ซื้อหนังสือจาก Barnes and Noble ซื้อจาก Amazon คนรุ่นใหม่ไม่ได้ซื้อทองคำซื้อบิตคอยน์โลกของเราเนี่ยขับเคลื่อนด้วยคนรุ่นใหม่ในทุกอุตสาหกรรมแล้วน้องๆทุกคนเนี่ยคือความหวังใหม่ของประเทศของเราซึ่งที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยพี่ท็อปอยากจะบอกว่าคนไทยเนี่ยเก่งเยอะมากนะครับแต่เราขาดคนกล้าเก่งเยอะมากจริงๆแต่ขาดคนกล้ากล้าที่จะออกมาสร้างสิ่งใหม่ๆให้กับประเทศกล้าที่จะออกมาเป็นผู้ประกอบการซึ่งก็ไม่ใช่ความผิดของพวกเราทุกคนนะครับแต่เป็นระบบการศึกษาที่ถูกปลูกฝังมาอย่างยาวนานพี่ท็อปเรียนเมืองไทยถึงป .6 จำได้แม่นเลยครับอาจารย์จะวัดเด็กเก่งจากอะไรรู้ไหมครับ2 อย่างในยุคพี่ท็อปยุคนั้นตอนป .6 อย่างแรกอาจารย์จะวัดเด็กเก่งจากเด็กที่ทำการบ้านผิดน้อยที่สุดในยุคพี่ท็อปนั่นคือเด็กเก่งทำให้คนไทยทั้งประเทศเราเนี่ยกลัวที่จะผิดพลาดกลัวที่จะทำความผิดกลัวที่จะล้มเหลวก็เลยไม่มีใครกล้าสักคนเลยในประเทศของเราคนไทยคิดนะครับที่อยากจะออกมาสร้าง Airbnb of Thailand Line of Thailand Grab of Thailand พอสิ่งใหม่ๆมันออกมาเนี่ยกฎหมายมันตามไม่ทันพอกฎหมายตามไม่ทันเนี่ยก็ล้มเลิกกันเพราะไม่กล้าจนกระทั่งตอนนี้เราใช้ Grab กันทั้งประเทศใช้ Airbnb กันทั้งประเทศสุดท้ายกฎหมายก็เปลี่ยนตามจำนวนคนที่ใช้เพราะกฎหมายก็สร้างด้วยคนนะครับก็สุดท้ายก็ถูกต้องตามกฎหมายขึ้นมาแต่พอรู้สึกตัวอีกทีหนึ่งเนี่ยเรามาดูแอปพลิเคชันในมือถือที่เราใช้กันทุกวันมีแอปไหนบ้างครับที่เป็นของคนไทยที่เหลืออยู่ทุกวันนี้ Uber Grab Gojek Airbnb Lazada Shopee ที่พี่พูดทั้งหมด Instagram Facebook เนี่ย WeChat มีแอปไหนบ้างเป็นของคนไทยไม่มีแล้วครับแล้วรู้ไหมครับบริษัทที่พูดมาทั้งหมดเนี่ย Agoda ทุกบริษัทที่พูดมาเนี่ยจ่ายภาษีน้อยกว่าบริษัทเดียวที่เป็นของคนไทยที่ทำเกี่ยวกับเทคโนโลยีตอนนี้คือ BitCup ซึ่งตอนนี้เนี่ยประเทศเราขาดดุลในฝั่งของนวัตกรรมเศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลเงินออกนอกประเทศมหาศาลผ่านการ subscribe Chat GPT Facebook Google ต่างๆที่เราใช้เนี่ยเงินเข้าในประเทศเนี่ยน้อยมากเราต้องใช้ขายข้าวกี่ถุงเพื่อที่จะแลก iPhone 1 เครื่องซึ่งถ้าอยู่ไปอย่างนี้ไปเรื่อยๆเนี่ยลองคิดดูสิครับว่าประเทศเราเนี่ยเป็นเหมือนหมู่บ้านหนึ่งที่ผู้ใหญ่บ้านทำติดอยู่ในกับดักรายได้ปานกลางมา50 ปีทำแต่ secondary economy primary economy ส่งใน GDP ของเราเนี่ยจะมีแต่ physical trade ส่งออกสิ่งที่ต้องจับต้องได้อย่างเดียวเลยครับยางพาราข้าวหอมมะลิรถสันดาปมันต้องจับต้องได้ทุกอย่างที่เราส่งออกได้แต่ถ้าลองไปดูประเทศที่พัฒนาแล้วเนี่ยเขาไม่ได้ผลักดัน physical trade แล้วนะครับเขาผลักดัน digital trade Chat GPT จับต้องไม่ได้แต่ทุกคนจ่ายเงินให้เขาหมด Facebook จับต้องไม่ได้แต่ทุกคนแม้แต่1 เสาในประเทศไทยยังไม่มีจ่ายเงินให้เขาหมดผลักดัน digital trade service trade digital service trade แล้วก็ green trade ซึ่งพวกนี้คืออุตสาหกรรมใหม่ที่ยังไม่เกิดขึ้นในบ้านเราเลยถ้าพูดถึง physical trade ทุกคนคิดถึงแบรนด์ดังๆบริษัทใหญ่ๆในเมืองไทยได้แทบจะทุกชื่อแต่พอพูดถึง digital trade เนี่ยขอสัก1 บริษัทคิดออกไหมครับที่เป็นของคนไทย service digital service trade ขอสัก1 บริษัทที่เป็นของคนไทยจริงๆคือมันไม่เหลือแล้วถ้าเงินออกนอกบ้านไปเรื่อยๆภาษีเก็บไม่ได้คนไทยใช้จ่ายมากกว่าที่เราหาเงินเข้ามาในประเทศได้เพราะว่าการที่หาเงินเข้ามาประเทศเนี่ยเราก็พึ่งพาอุตสาหกรรมเก่า traditional sector ที่ margin มันน้อยลงไปเรื่อยๆอุตสาหกรรมใหม่ margin สูงมหาศาลขาดดุลไปเรื่อยๆเนี่ยบ้านหลังนี้จะอยู่ยังไง debt to GDP ของประเทศตอนนี้ขึ้นไปถึง 90% ต่อ GDP หนักที่สุดในประวัติศาสตร์ของมนุษยชาติประกันสังคมอาจจะระเบิดผมบอกพี่ท็อปบอกทุกคนเลยน้องๆทุกคนในห้องนี้คือ the bag เหมือนพี่ท็อป ที่คนไทยเกิดใหม่มาช่วยเราแบกประกันสังคมตอนนี้น้อยมากๆเสียชีวิตมากกว่าเกิดแล้วคนที่เกษียณอายุยืนขึ้นก็เยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วถ้าเราต้องเลี้ยงดูคนที่อายุยืนขึ้นเรื่อยๆจำนวนเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆที่เกษียณแต่ไม่มีคนเกิดใหม่มาช่วยเราแบกประกันสังคมเนี่ยถ้าเราไม่ redefine social contract ถ้าเราไม่คิดคนนวัตกรรมหรือถ้าเราไม่เพิ่ม productivity per person เนี่ยในประเทศของเราเนี่ยประเทศนี้จะอยู่ยังไงเพราะฉะนั้นพี่ท็อปอยากจะบอกน้องๆทุกคนว่าน้องๆทุกคนคืออนาคตของประเทศคือความหวังที่จะมา redefine social contract จะสร้างนวัตกรรมใหม่ๆ industry ใหม่ๆบริษัทใหม่ๆให้เกิดขึ้นในประเทศไทยให้ขยับเมืองไทยเนี่ยจาก secondary economy เนี่ยให้ขึ้นมาเป็น tertiary economy หรือ advanced economy ให้ได้แต่การที่จะทำได้เนี่ยหนึ่งอย่างที่ทุกคนต้องมีในห้องนี้คือความกล้าที่จะล้มเหลวกล้าที่จะผิดพลาดการล้มเหลวการผิดพลาดไม่ใช่เด็กไม่เก่งอย่างที่ระบบการศึกษาเราปลูกฝังมาโดยตลอดการเป็นผู้ประกอบการมันจะต้องล้ม along the way ตลอดเวลาล้มลุกกล้าที่จะทนความเจ็บปวดได้อย่างระยะเวลานานกล้าที่จะทำสิ่งที่คนไม่เข้าใจจนกระทั่งอุตสาหกรรมมัน industry มันเปลี่ยน society เปลี่ยนกฎหมายเปลี่ยนเราต้องเป็นคนแรกที่ผลักดัน innovation technological frontier ของประเทศเนี่ยไปข้างหน้าคนไทยเก่งเยอะมากในเจเนอเรชันที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยแต่เจเนอเรชันถัดไปพี่ท็อปอยากจะขอให้คนรุ่นใหม่มีความกล้าที่จะออกมาสร้างสิ่งใหม่ๆถ้าน้องๆทุกคนได้ติดตามสตอรี่ของพี่ท็อปบ้างเนี่ยน่าจะพอรู้ว่าผ่านมาแทบจะทุก regulator ในเมืองไทยแล้วปปง.สรรพากรแบงก์ชาติกลต.เพราะพี่ท็อปเคยเป็นตัวแทนของคนยุคพี่ท็อปครับที่ออกมาทำสิ่งที่คนในประเทศเราไม่เข้าใจแต่มันดันเป็น fundamental infrastructure ที่สำคัญของโลกอนาคตซึ่งทุกยุคทุกสมัยจะมีคนแบบนี้เป็นตัวแทนรุ่นออกมาสร้างสิ่งใหม่ๆให้กับประเทศไทยยุคคุณปู่คุณย่าเราจะมีคุณชินโสพลพาณิชย์ที่ออกมาสร้างเป็นแบงก์กรุงเทพในวันที่คนยังไม่เข้าใจว่าแบงก์มีทำไมเก็บเงินใต้เสื่อดีกว่ายุคคุณพ่อคุณแม่จะมีตัวแทนรุ่นของเขาออกมาสร้างตลาดหลักทรัพย์แห่งประเทศไทยคนส่วนใหญ่ก็จะบอกว่าคนจนเล่นหวยคนรวยเล่นหุ้นยุคพี่ท็อปจริงๆเหลือแค่แอปเดียวนะครับในเมืองไทยที่เมื่อกี้ที่พูดไปทุกชื่อเนี่ยที่ไม่ใช่คนไทยแล้วที่เราใช้อยู่เหลือแอปเดียวที่คนไทยกำลังใช้อยู่ทุกวันนี้ที่เป็นของคนไทยจริงๆที่แอปธนาคารแต่ถ้าไม่มีบิตคัพทุกวันนี้ยังทุกคนส่วนใหญ่ยังไม่รู้ว่าบิตคัพคืออะไรแล้วถ้าไม่มีบิตคัพแล้วถ้าพี่ท็อปไม่ได้กล้า 11-12 ปีที่แล้วในวันที่ทุกคนคิดว่าบิตคอยน์คือแชร์ลูกโซ่ฟอกเงินซื้อขายยาตลาดมืดเงินของเล่นถ้าพี่ท็อปไม่กล้าเนี่ยก็จะเป็นเหมือน Airbnb Grab Line ที่คนไทยเคยคิดที่อยากจะทำแต่ไม่กล้าทำแต่อุตสาหกรรมนี้ก็จะตกเป็นของชาวต่างชาติพี่ท็อปกำลังจะกู้อาณานิคมอันสุดท้ายของเราเนี่ยแอปอันสุดท้ายที่เรามีคือแอปการเงินอีกหน่อยจะต้องเป็นเหมือนบิตคัพเนี่ยที่ในวันที่เงินไม่ใช่กระดาษที่ยังเป็นของคนไทยอยู่ทุกวันนี้ต่อไปการที่พี่ท็อปกล้าในยุคพี่ท็อปเนี่ยมันทำให้อย่างน้อยบิตคัพจ่ายภาษีมากกว่าทุกเทคโนโลยีคอมพานีที่พวกเราใช้กันในประเทศที่ยังเป็นของคนไทยอยู่แต่พี่ท็อปกล้าคนเดียวไม่พอพี่ท็อปต้องการให้น้องๆทุกคนช่วยกันผลักดัน GDP ของประเทศเนี่ยให้มีสิ่งที่เรียกว่า digital trade เกิดขึ้นมา physical trade อย่างเดียวไม่พอต้องมี digital trade เกิดขึ้นมา service trade digital service trade green trade อุตสาหกรรมใหม่ๆเกิดขึ้นมาเพื่อให้เราเนี่ยหลุดจากกับรายได้ปานกลางที่พูดกันมา50 ปีไปยัง tertiary economy ได้แล้วฉะนั้นพี่ท็อปก็อยากจะฝากครับว่าทำหนึ่งอย่างที่เรากลัวทุกวันทำให้ comfort zone เราใหญ่ขึ้นน้องๆทุกคนคืออนาคตของประเทศของเราธีมที่พี่ท็อปมาพูดวันนี้คือ empowerment ของคนรุ่นใหม่อย่ากลัวที่จะล้มเหลวเดี๋ยวพี่ท็อปก็จะเป็นอดีตไปแล้วน้องๆทุกคนจะเป็นอนาคตต่อไปเราต้องการคนที่ออกมาสร้างการเปลี่ยนแปลงให้กับประเทศไทยกล้าที่จะเป็นแกะดำกล้าที่จะแตกต่างกล้าที่จะดูคนเข้าใจผิดหัวเราะเยาะเหยียดหยามแต่คนพวกนี้แหละที่จะเป็นผู้นำในประเทศของเราต่อไปที่จะสร้างอินฟราสตรักเจอร์สำคัญสร้างการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่ดีให้กับประเทศของเรานะครับก็ฝากนะครับตอนนี้ประเทศไทยเนี่ยพึ่งพาอินดัสทรีเก่าเยอะมากสกิลเซ็ตสุดท้ายก่อนที่พี่ท็อปจะลงจากเวทีในวันนี้อยากจะฝากน้องๆอีกเรื่องหนึ่งคือเรื่องของ intellectual humility constant pursuit of intellectual humility ในวันที่ ทุกวันนี้ยังเห็นทุกคนใส่ชุดนักศึกษาใส่ชุดนักเรียนกันมาวันที่ทุกคนโยนหมวกรับปริญญาเนี่ยคนส่วนใหญ่จะคิดว่านั่นคือวันสุดท้ายละของการเรียนรู้ฉันจบการศึกษาแล้วแต่จริงๆไม่ใช่นะครับคนเราต้องเรียนรู้ตลอดชีวิตเราอยู่ในยุคที่โลกเนี่ยขับเคลื่อนเร็วมากในอีก5 ปีข้างหน้า 50% ของรถจะขับเคลื่อนได้เองหมดแล้วในอีก5 ปีข้างหน้าเราจะมี humanoid robot ที่อยู่ในบ้านของทุกคนที่ราคาจะต่ำกว่า1 ล้านบาทกันหมดทุกคนแล้วโลกมันจะเปลี่ยนไปอย่างรวดเร็วมากเราไม่สามารถที่จะใช้ assumption เก่าความเชื่อเก่าๆ skill set เก่าๆแล้วหวังว่าจะพาเราไปสู่จุดที่ประสบความสำเร็จในอนาคตต่อไปได้เราต้องกล้าที่จะ question assumption เก่าเทคนิคเก่าๆ skill set เก่าๆความเชื่อเก่าๆว่ามันอาจจะใช้ไม่ได้แล้วในโลกอนาคตต่อไปยุคที่เราโตขึ้นมาเราพูดถึง globalization เราพูดถึง unilateral system เราพูดถึง free trade agreement ยุคที่น้องๆทุกคนกำลังจะทำงานต่อไปเนี่ยคือยุค regionalize ขับเคลื่อนด้วย regionalization แทน globalization ขับเคลื่อนด้วย multilateral system ขับเคลื่อนด้วย tariffs ไม่ใช่ free trade agreement โลกมันคนละใบไปแล้ว assumption เก่ามันใช้ไม่ได้กับโลกที่มันกำลังจะเกิดขึ้นในอนาคตหลังจากนี้เพราะฉะนั้น skill set ที่สำคัญที่พี่ท็อปอยากจะฝากอีกอย่างหนึ่งให้กับคนรุ่นใหม่เนี่ยคือมันมีคำว่า intellectual humility keyword คือ humility คือทำตัวเป็นน้ำครึ่งแก้วนะครับไปที่ไหนเนี่ยเดินเข้าห้องไหนเนี่ยอย่าคิดว่าฉันเป็นคนที่ฉลาดที่สุดในห้องฉันรู้ทุกเรื่องในห้องเอาอีโก้ออกไปเอาความสำเร็จเก่าๆความเชื่อเก่าๆออกไปที่ทำให้ฉุดให้เราเนี่ยหยุดการเรียนรู้เพราะโลกเนี่ยมันดีเวทจากเราไปเรื่อยๆทุกวันในเรทที่เร็วขึ้นเรื่อยๆและคนที่มี fixed mindset จะหยุดอยู่กับที่อันนี้คือ guarantee failure เพราะว่าโลกของเราเนี่ยจะดีเวทจากเราไปเรื่อยๆแต่ถ้าเรามี attempt ที่จะดีเวทตามโลกโอกาสที่จะประสบความสำเร็จมากกว่าการที่เราจะหยุดอยู่กับที่เฉยๆที่เป็นนั่นคือ guarantee almost failure นะครับก็อยากจะฝาก2 skill set ให้กับคนรุ่นใหม่ในวันนี้นะครับอันที่1กล้าครับเราขาดคนกล้าจริงๆหลังจากนี้เราต้องมีคนกล้ามากกว่านี้ที่จะออกมาสร้างสิ่งใหม่ๆให้กับประเทศไทยซึ่งย้ำอีกทีหนึ่งไม่ใช่ความผิดของน้องๆทุกคนแต่เป็นระบบการศึกษาที่คนผิดเยอะๆไม่ใช่เด็กเก่งในอดีตอย่างที่2คืออาจารย์จำได้แล้วมี2อย่างที่2อาจารย์จะบอกว่าคนที่เก่งอีกอย่างนึงคือไม่เคยลอกการบ้านเพื่อนเลยคนนี้ทำงานคนเดียวถามจริงครับมีบริษัทไหนบ้างมีใครบ้างเปลี่ยนโลกได้คนเดียวไม่มีความสามารถในการ mobilize team ความสามารถในการทำงานเป็นทีมที่มี shared vision ตรงกันสำคัญมากพอเข้ามหาลัยปุ๊บ plagiarism เป็นสิ่งที่ไม่ดีไอเดียดีๆในโลกธุรกิจเนี่ยเต็มไปหมดถามว่าเราห้าม copy จริงๆเหรอเราจะต้องผิดพลาดเริ่มศูนย์ใหม่เหรอครับหรือเขาผิดพลาดจนเจอ final solution แล้วทำไมเราไม่ copy ไอเดียพวกนี้ดีๆพวกนี้แล้วออกมากล้าทำสิ่งพวกนี้ให้เกิดขึ้นในเมืองไทยบ้างเพราะฉะนั้นวิธีการ assess เด็กเก่งในเมืองไทยที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยคือการสร้างเข็มนาฬิกาต้องเดินตรงเวลาต้องมาตรงเวลาต้องผิดให้น้อยที่สุดแต่สิ่งที่พี่ท็อปอยากจะฝากน้องๆทุกคนในวันนี้คือเราควรจะคือเข็มนาฬิกามีเยอะแล้วครับเราควรจะเป็นคนสร้างนาฬิกาคนที่ประกอบนาฬิกาและ skill set mindset ของคนที่ประกอบนาฬิกาต่างกับเข็มนาฬิกาคนที่ประกอบนาฬิกาต้องล้มเหลวล้มลุกไม่กลัวการล้มเหลวเนี่ย copy ไอเดียคนอื่นได้อันไหนที่ work อันไหนที่ไม่ work pivot เร็วนะครับก็อยากจะฝากว่าเราต้องมี entrepreneur เยอะขึ้นเพราะอาชีพที่จะสร้างการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เยอะที่สุดเลยนะครับอาชีพหนึ่งของโลกเนี่ยคือนักธุรกิจ entrepreneur แล้วเราต้องการ entrepreneur มากกว่านี้ในการขับเคลื่อนสิ่งใหม่ๆให้เกิดขึ้นในประเทศไทยนะครับอย่างที่2คือ intellectual humility ไม่ว่าน้องๆทุกคนจบมาจะทำ profession ไหนสิ่งที่ทุกคนต้องมีเหมือนกันนะครับคือการเรียนรู้ตลอดชีวิตทำตัวเป็นน้ำครึ่งแก้วตลอดเวลานะครับก็หวังว่าพี่ท็อปจะได้แชร์2 tips and tricks ให้กับน้องๆทุกคนในวันนี้แล้วก็หวังว่าจะร่วมกันนะครับสร้างสิ่งใหม่ๆสิ่งดีๆเป็นอนาคตของประเทศของเราในอนาคตข้างหน้าต่อไปนะครับขอบคุณนะครับทุกคนขอบคุณครับ
Krakun Kap, Mr. Jirai Shrapsrisofa, for your visionary insights. May I now invite the organizers to kindly present a token of appreciation to Mr. Jirai Shrapsrisofa, founder of Bitkuv Capital Group Holding Corporate Limited. Thank you so much. Moving forward, now we are delighted to welcome Dr. Chaitanya Prakash Yogi, Director of the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center at the Embassy of India in Bangkok. As a scholar, poet, and cultural ambassador, Dr. Yogi has been instrumental in promoting Indian arts, literature, and philosophy in Thailand. His efforts have fostered cultural exchange and understanding, aligning with the teachings of Swami Vivekananda on the unity and peace. Today, we look forward to his insights on how culture serves as a breeze for peace and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Dr. Chaitanya Prakash Yogi on the stage, please.
Namaskar. Officials of Sustainability Development Council, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am grateful to Mr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu for inviting me here. Today we are talking about cultural diversity. I want to present some spiritual aspect of cultural diversity. Like a moon who illuminating in sky, and we are getting the images of moon in different lakes and different pots of water. The one truth is being reflected in different images in the humanity as cultures. So the basic idea of culture is the manifestation and expression of the truth, which is always one, and which is within the human being, within the existence. When we are saying human being only, then also it may be discriminatory. We can say all living or non-living entities are having the truth, which is one. And that truth is consciousness. Sometimes in Indian philosophy, we say it soul, spirit. But that is one, which is within the existence, within the human being, within every living and non-living entity. And it is manifested, expressed in different shapes and different aspects, different colors, and these are cultural aspects, cultural dimensions. So all cultures are manifesting the truth itself, which is within us. Like today in this auditorium, Escape Hall, when I am talking to you, something there within you which is connecting you with me, and something within me is connecting me with you, and that is one. So the entire auditorium is being one now because of this feeling of oneness, and that feeling of oneness is being operated by that consciousness which we are always having. But because of some external pressures, learnings, impositions, we have differentiations. And these differentiations are very much extrovert. These are external. And because of differentiations, we feel that we are different. Like here as well, we are wearing different dresses, and we are in the different body shapes and colors. Despite of these differentiations, We are one inside as a consciousness. And that consciousness is a basic truth. That consciousness is the original truth, original existence of this universe. We need to be connected with this original truth or an original existence through the cultures, rather than being separated by the cultures from this existence and truth. The crisis will begin when we will think about cultures externally, and we will think that these cultures which are having differentiations are very real. But when we will not go inside to see the oneness of existence, then the humanity will feel crisis. But when we will feel something which connects us, we will experience something which connects us, and that entity which connects us is consciousness, divinity, soul, spirit, or something else, it can be said. But that is one, and that oneness should be remembered, should be understood, should be felt, should be experienced by everyone through cultures. I think there is a limitation of time, so I must conclude. But this is my humble request to all of you, that today when we are meeting here as a whole world, as representative of whole consciousness, whole universe, then we need to feel that consciousness which makes us one always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaitanya Prakash Yogi, for your enlightening contribution. May I now invite the organizers to kindly present a token of appreciation to Dr. Chaitanya Prakash Yogi, Director of the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Bangkok. A big round of applause for Dr. Chaitanya Prakash Yogi one more time. Thank you to our esteemed keynote speakers for your powerful words and insights. We are truly grateful for your presence and contribution. In a moment filled with gratitude and grace, we now appreciate the exceptionally talented director, filmmaker, Tyrone Lexton, with heartfelt of token appreciation. To do the honor, I'd like to call upon His Excellency Mr. Abderrahim Rali, Ambassador of the King of Morocco to the Kingdom of Thailand. Similarly, Sir Sissoko, First Secretary of South Africa Embassy. Similarly, His Excellency Mr. Kiptonis Lindsay Kimwale, Ambassador of the Republic of Kenya to the Kingdom of Thailand, along with His Highness Nawabjada Muhammad Asif Ali Dewan and Heir Apparent Prince of Arcot, India, on the stage, please. Along with that, I'd also like to call upon True Advocate Dr. Shuttleworth on the stage to do the honor, please. And really, what better moment to receive this recognition from His Excellencies and Highness and the very soul who has nurtured not just a mission, but a moment from a mother, a mentor, and a changer, Dr. Shuttleworth. A big round of applause one more time. Now I would like to invite all our keynote speakers to kindly come forward for a group photo. I'd like to request Dr. Chaitanya Prakash Yogi, Director of Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, and Jirayut Shrubsri Sofa, founder Bitcoin Capital Groups Holding Corporate Limited. Along with Dr. Dachinamurthy Ramu and Dr. Mary Saddleworth. Thank you so much. Oh. Thank you so much. Before we move ahead, a quick reminder for all esteemed participants. Certificates of participation, delegate kits, and Youth for Human Rights International merchandise will be distributed at the end of the program. So we kindly ask you to stay until the conclusion to receive your items. Thank you for your presence and continued engagement. Now I'd like to call upon group photo. Yeah, you can join. Everybody could join for a group photo in front. Please come forward for a group photo session. Everyone, make sure everyone, no one is left behind. Everyone, please, I kindly request you to have a group photo. Okay. Okay. Please be seated. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Okay. You can come, or you. Okay, you can come together behind our keynote high speakers and capture this moment of the spirit of unity and collaboration we have shared today. All the panelists and speakers, I'd like to request you to come forward for the group photo. No one's here, maybe. I'd like to request all the panelists to join us for the group photo. You may come in the first row.
Check, check. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a photo, a big group photo. Our ambassadors are up here. So if everybody can just be in the middle area, and then I will be in the middle and I'll shoot the photo, okay? So if you guys are here, you're not going to be in the photo. You got to move in more.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now invite you all to join for a networking lunch, which will be for about 30 minutes. Please enjoy your meal, and we'll reconvene sharply after to continue our program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are still outside, please head into the hall so we can begin shortly. $2.15. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing networking lunch and a meaningful conversation. We live in a time when peace is not a given, but a choice, a practice, and shared effort. And today, as we celebrate cultural diversity, let us remember peace doesn't begin in treaties. It begins in conversation like this, in listening, in learning, and lifting each other up. So, welcome to the Human Mosaic. With that spirit, now we begin panel 1 titled United Nations Universal Human Rights, Article 27, exploring the role of a cultural life as a basic human right. Moderating this conversation is Mr. Rahul Kesi, President of Youth for Human Rights, Nepal, and co-founder of the International Youth Forum. Growing up during Nepal's civil war, Mr. Kesi witnessed the impact of injustice firsthand. At the age of just 12, he discovered Youth for Human Rights International, sparking a lifelong commitment to justice, youth empowerment, and education. Please welcome a change maker and a relentless advocate for human rights, Mr. Rahul Kesi. Joining him on this panel are Ms. Emily Palami Paradishit, founder of Manushya Foundation, Thailand, a leading voice in digital and social justice. I kindly request all the panelists to come forward and take their seats according to the nameplates placed in front of you. Similarly, we have Dr. Prizana Kumchai, Director of the Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center, Faculty of Law, Kenyan University, a respected expert in law, culture, and human rights education. Similarly, we have Ms. Maggie Ivanich, Executive Director of Youth for Human Rights, Mexico, a passionate youth leader driving human rights education across Latin America. Last but not the least, we do have Dr. Napashri Suwana Jothe, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science. With this, now I hand it over to Mr. Rahul Kesi to lead this important and timely dialogue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahul Kesi, and I'm honored to be the moderator for today's panel, exploring the role of cultural life as a basic human rights. As a human rights educator, I have seen how cultural identity, heritage, and artistic expression are not just reflection of the history, but powerful force for social change, empowerment, and peace building. The United Nations, Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights declare every individual's right to participate freely in cultural life. But around the world, communities, especially marginalized groups, continue to face barriers in expressing their traditions, preserving their heritage, and accessing cultural spaces. This conversation is an opportunity to examine the importance of protecting cultural rights and to discuss tangible solutions that build up inclusivity and diversity. We are happy to have an incredible lineup of panelists who bring deep expertise, advocacy, and lived experience in advancing cultural rights. Through their insight, we will explore how diversity raises societies, how culture is linked to sustainable development, and how global collaboration can help protect and uplift cultural expressions. I look forward to guiding this discussion, engaging with all of you, and collectively reflecting on how we can champion cultural rights as a foundation of human dignity and global peace. Now, I would like to start a panel. I will ask all of my panelists to give your introduction in 2 minutes. I'll start from left-hand side.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul, for having me with you for this important panel. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Palami Praditit. I'm the founder and executive director of the Manushya Foundation. And I'm also a human rights lawyer, a decolonial and intersectional feminist, and I'm also a proud Lao woman. I was born stateless in France because my family fled Laos. We became political refugees because of the war. I grew up navigating the pain of cultural displacement, being told to erase my roots, to belong, to hide my identity, to speak the right language, to behave the right way. I faced structural inequalities and racial discrimination. I also witnessed how my neighbors from migrant and refugees family from West Africa, from North Africa, were even more severely discriminated against, even oppressed because of the color and because of the cultural identity. I was treated like I didn't belong in France, and I'm also treated like that way when I'm coming back to Asia. My Isan family, which is in the northeastern region of Thailand, experienced also the same. They experienced social inequalities and racial discrimination because of their Lao heritage here in Thailand. So this panel for me is very personal, and I'm very happy to be with all of you today. My experience is also one of the reasons why, when I was your age, I see a lot of young people in the room, why I dreamed, of building or being part of building a better world. So I decided to study law, study human rights. I joined the French government. I worked for the UN. And in 2027, I decided to found Manushaya Foundation because I felt that working at the UN or for government didn't align with my true values of grassroots communities. And so I founded Manushaya in 2017, and we work across Southeast Asia. We are a feminist human rights organization, and we work at the intersection of climate justice, digital rights, access to justice, and democracy. And we do so with and for those whose cultures have been erased or criminalized. So we work mainly with indigenous people, youth, queer communities, spiritual leaders, rural women, migrant, refugees, and ethnic minorities. And so for us at Manushaya, we see really culture for what it is, a battleground, a tool for survival, and a force for resistance. So I'm really looking forward for this conversation today because it's not just professional for me, but it's deeply personal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lahu. Distinguished guests and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be here today with you. I am Pisna Kamchai, representing the Faculty of Law Kenyan University in Thailand, and also serve as the Director of Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center, where we promote inclusive education, social justice, and human rights through active learning and community engagement. Today, I am especially pleased to join this forum to share my experience and my perspective under the important theme of Article 27 of UDHR, exploring the role of cultural life as a basic human right. Thank you.
Sawadee ka. Hello, my name is Maggie Ibanez. I'm from Mexico. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I come from Mexico, a country that is a living tapestry of artists. It's a living tapestry of life. With nearly 70 indigenous communities, more than 300 language variations, and vibrant traditions celebrated in over 2,400 cities, our culture bursts with bright colors, lively music, dancing full of history, and flavors that tell the stories of our ancestors. This rich mosaic reminds us that every tradition, every art form, and every story is a gift that connects us and makes us stronger. Culture is much more than a mirror of who we are. It is a fundamental human right. It is the right to create, to dream, and also to enjoy what others have created. It gives us the power to express ourselves. Whether you are painting, writing a poem, dancing, singing, or even cooking a traditional meal, every act of creativity is a brave and honest declaration of yourself. I have had moments as simple as trying to learn the guitar without breaking my nails, or as funny as creating a comic about a unique superhero, or the honor of dedicating my life to volunteer work. These moments remind us that art does not need to be perfect. It only asks for honesty and the will to share what's in our hearts. Our cultural differences send us a strong message. When we dare to create, when we put our words, our music, our colors, our art out there into society, we do more than just make art. We give voice to our communities. We start important conversations, and we stand up for our rights. Culture is the language of the heart. Our creations are messages of freedom and proof that we can change the world. Being true to who we are opens the door to respect and understanding among people. Learning the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights reminds us that everyone deserves to be heard and that the right to express ourselves is essential to living in peace. Because when we know our rights, another type of art happens. It is kind of magic, actually. When we know and fully understand our rights, we also become aware of our role in the construction of a better society. When we understand this, we embrace our responsibilities, and that is what truly empowers us to do better, to be better. That is why I'm a volunteer of Youth for Human Rights for Mexico, for Latin America, and for the world. I'm really, really happy to be here, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in my next participation. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maggie, and distinguished guests, everyone. I'm very honored to be joining as one of the panelists here. My name is Napasi Suwarnachod. I'm currently serving as a Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University, and also the Director of King Sejong Institute, Bangkok 2. King Sejong Institute is an organization that is funded by the Korea government's Ministry of Culture. And our main core mission is to promote Korean language globally. And for myself, as a linguist and also as an executive of the Institute, we see language as a primary vehicle to participate all kinds of cultures. So I think this is a very important aspects, to start to freely enjoying and also to participate cultures that is other than yours. And as a researcher, I'm also working on a Northern Korean dialect. So what we currently see is that there are quite a number of defectors from North Korea fleeing North Korea to South Korea, although they share the same ethnic and linguistic background. You may think that, South Korea and North Korea, they speak the same language, but in fact, the two countries has been separated for so many years. I think almost 70 years old, more than 70 years. So the way they speak the language are very, very different, although they speak the same or they use the same alphabet. So what happened is that when defectors from North Korea flee their country and trying to settle or start the new life in South Korea, what they face is that they are able to read the language, but more than 50%, they do not understand what they're talking about. This is purely because the difference in vocabularies and the advancement in technology. For example, if a high school student from North Korea is resettling and go to South Korean high school, the textbook that they're reading more than 60-70% are terminologies, new words coined from Sino, Korean language. So it's absolutely like almost like a new language for them. So they face discrimination, and also this has barred them from many opportunities. So today I'm very happy to be able to join wonderful speakers here, and I will be able to share more about this aspect later on. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask
how we resist. But for too long, patriarchy, colonialism, the global elite have treated culture as a threat, as something to be erased, co-opted, or as something to be civilized, especially when it comes from the global south, from the global majority, or when it belongs to women, queer communities, indigenous people, or outside any dominant group of power. And so at Manushaya, we see this every day. Cultural identity is not a side issue, but it's really at the core of the struggle for justice. So when a woman is told to stay silent, for example, in a village council, at the workplace, or even at home, for us it's clear that it's patriarchy and it's cultural repression. When an LGBT artist is banned from performing in their own language, that's gender identity and cultural erasure colliding together. When spiritual practices are criminalized, that's colonization continuing in new forms. So it's really important to never forget that culture holds memory, it holds resistance, and it holds power. Cultural identity defines how communities understand the world, relate to one another, and survive oppression. Whether it's indigenous knowledge, whether it's queer storytelling, or religious and spiritual practices, culture is a source of resilience. But yet, in many places, especially in the global south, cultural expression is suppressed, often as part of a broader system of extravism, militarization, or authoritarian rule, and always ruled by the 1% elite. In Thailand, for example, we work with indigenous forest communities whose cultures are inseparable from the land. However, when the state grabs the land in the name of conservation or corporate profit, they are clearly putting profit over people. It's not just environmental harm, it's actually cultural oppression, it's cultural genocide. So when we fight for social justice, we also fight for the survival of entire ways of being, knowing, and dreaming. That's why we approach cultural identity as a fundamental human right. It's clear for us that Article 27, that affirms that everyone has the right to freely participate in cultural life, has to be meaningful. It means that participation cannot be passive. At Manushaya, we push for active, fearless, and unapologetic participation led by those the system tried to silence. Because when communities reclaim their culture, they reclaim control. And that terrifies those in power, the elite, the 1%. But we are not here to comfort the powerful. We are here to protect those they fear. That's what social justice demands, that we stand in solidarity with those on the front lines, and that we stand in solidarity with communities on the ground who are experiencing the most human rights violation because of the cultural identity, because of who they are. So Article 27 is not just an abstract ideal, it's actually a lifeline. And like any other human rights, Article 27 must be protected with legal recognition, political will, and grassroots power. Cultural rights and how we reclaim space, how we undo shame, and how we build a future that isn't just diverse, but a future that is liberated from cultural oppression. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Emily. Now I have a question to Dr. Prisana Kumachi. She's the Director, Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center, Faculty of Law, Khon Ke University, Thailand. So, Dr. Kumachi, how can education system integrate cultural diversity and human rights into curricula more effectively to foster inclusivity?
Thank you. The role of education in advanced culture and human rights I would like to begin with Article 27 of UDHR, which reminds us that everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts and to share in scientific progress and its benefits. I think this principle is not just a declaration on paper, but a call for all of us, educators, policymakers, artists, and citizens to ensure that cultural rights are protected, promoted, and made accessible to all, and guarantee that everyone has the equal rights, preserve, create, and share their own culture. Moreover, the culture is an essential force that connects us as human beings. It is a way for us to express our identity, our roots, and our shared values. At the same time, the culture acts as a bridge linking in the past, present, and the future. Especially today, in an era of rapid change and globalization, we need to both preserve and develop our culture together. And furthermore, it's important to remember that culture is not only about the past or things kept in the museum. This culture is a living part of everyday life. It involves growth and is passed down from generation to generation. This is why the legal education cannot be separated from its cultural context. Because law is shaped by the value, traditional, and moral that society has developed collectively. In this way, law serves as a mirror reflecting the state of culture and justice in every era. At our law school, we ensure that the human rights are integrated into our teaching and learning. Our goal is to help students understanding not only their rights and freedoms, but also their social responsibility. Our approach to education is diverse, and most importantly, we emphasize experiential learning and learning by doing. For example, our students are encouraged to design activities such as the musical performance that reflect the social and cultural issue, exhibition and community discussion through this activity. Students not only help preserve and nurture the culture, but they also gain a deeper understanding of their roots, learn to respect diversity, and recognize the important role they play in supporting a vibrant cultural life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumachi. I'd like to ask a question to Maggie Ibanez. She's the Executive Director of Youth for Human Rights Mexico. Ms. Ibanez, the question is, youth engagement is central to your organization's mission. How can young people use cultural expression as a tool for activism and human rights education?
Thank you very much, Raul. I truly believe that youth engagement is the spark that will ignite real change. Every young person, well, actually every person, has the power to shape our future by using cultural expression as a tool for activism and education in human rights. As I was telling you before, when you create, whether you are dancing, painting, writing, whatever you are creating, you are not only expressing your unique vision, but you also are speaking out against injustice. Art becomes a language that goes beyond words. It connects hearts. It builds bridges. Every creative act is a reminder that you are a creator of opportunities, a maker of solutions, and a builder of peace. In our program, Youth for Human Rights, we take pride in sharing clear and simple educational tools like this. This is in Spanish, this is in English. This is like a simplified version of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And this, with these kind of materials, or our easy-to-use guides for parents, teachers, and community leaders, we help you to lead and learn what are your human rights and how to protect them. By understanding your rights, you become a defender, not only for yourself, but also for everyone around you. Imagine a community where young people are empowered to speak up, where every artwork, every song, every story becomes a lesson in human rights. When you teach someone human rights, sorry, wait a second. Okay. Okay, well, the point is that when you are teaching human rights, you are letting people know what are their role in society. As I was saying before also, this is really important. What you think, what you are doing matters. Your voice matters. And the truth is that learning human rights, knowing and understanding this, empowers you as nothing else. It can help you to create the world that you imagine. And that is something that is truly, truly, truly important, even more in these times. We need to create more. We need to put out there more beauty. This world needs more beauty, needs more art, needs more imagination, and more imagination taken to reality. Even human rights, our goal is to take human rights and create a reality about human rights. And I really would like to thank everybody that is here, because you are giving a chance to your own creativity, to be inspired, to be use what we are saying, what we are giving to you. Use it as a tool to create your own art, your own creativity tools. I would like just to end saying that yeah, what you do matters, and I'm really, really happy to be here with you, sharing this opportunity to learn together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ivanis. Now, I would like to jump to the next question to Dr. Napasri Suwanajot. Actually, we are running out of time. I would like you to conclude your remarks, try to conclude within 3 minutes. All right. So my question to Dr. Annie. So you can explain more about how your institute is running a program to protect migrant worker in Korea, as well as the cultural situation they are facing in Korea. As these days, Korean government, they are recruiting huge number of migrant workers, and it's compulsive that they should learn Korean language also, as your institute is promoting Korean language. What are the challenges, and how can we protect migrant workers and their families' cultural rights in Korea? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Rahul. So first of all, at King Sejong Institute, we don't only provide Korean languages for youngsters who enjoy K-pop, K-drama, and BTS and so on, but also we recently have a chance to work with We Share Foundation. And actually, before we go to workers, I would like to talk about another group which is equally important. It was our initiatives to hold this session for pre-migration preparedness for spouses migrating to Korea. This is, in terms of number, it may not be a large group as laborers, But this is quite an important group and vulnerable group as well, because many of spouses, Thai spouses who married Korean and migrate to Korea, not all are educated or not all are equipped with Korean language or even English language. So when they resettle in Korea, there comes problems. So what we do here is that we trying to empower individuals, the spouses, for embarking a new life in South Korea. And we believe that successful transition is not just about logistics, but also fundamentally about upholding basic human rights. So our training was we covered Korean languages as much as possible and cultural insights and helping participants navigate through their daily life. And also to support them, their right to freely participate the cultural life of their new community as established in the Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So as I said earlier, that language is a primary vehicle to cultural participation. So we try very much to encourage them to embrace the new language, although it might be difficult at the first place, but then it's really, really important in Korea because Korean society, as you may know, it's very, very homogeneous. Korea did not have multiculturalism as much as today, and the mindset of Korean people are a little bit, they could be, not too familiar with foreigners. So once the Thai spouses who married Korean go and live in Korea, if they do not speak the language, that will be their shortfall. That will be something that they might get discriminated for. So this is a very important course that I think initiative that we're trying to do, and we're trying to do this more, and we do it for free. So if you know anyone who are trying to migrate to Korea as a spouse of Korean people, then this is the course that they might want to join. And also, not only the language barrier, but also when it comes to legal system and the administrative complexities, we try to help them, to understand. And we also, we share a foundation. We made a manual for them from very beginning, when you settle, what you need to do in terms of legal, and until the procedures when you need to get a divorce. Well, unfortunately, yes. So we try to cover all the important topics and issues. So that is our recent initiatives. And as per your question, as for workers as well, I think workers who are currently working in Korea and also who wants to go to Korea, I think one of the most important aspects that they need to prepare themselves is the language, because like I said, Korean is unlike many other countries who speak English as a second language. Korean is very, very homogeneous, and Korean language is the only language spoken there. So, well, this is from me.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank you so much, Dr. Annie. It was very, thank you so much. Now we are already running out of time. I will open the floor and I'll take only 2 questions, very quick one. So from the participants, if you have any questions to our respected panelists, please raise your hand. Anyone? All right. From left-hand side, a gentleman. Please try to make it very short and precise.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Uttam Podel from Nepal. I represent Youth for Human Rights Campaign Nepal. I have a question, and I expect my question to be answered from either of the panelists. My question is, there is a growing concept of structural violence. As today's topic is right-based approach of human rights, which always try to integrate international human rights laws and policies into the policies established in regimes, or that will be practically applied in day-to-day life. However, in South Asian context, we have been witnessing that because of this so-called structural violence, only the dominant race is using or enjoying the human rights. However, the marginalized communities, they are just deprived of fundamental rights. How the regime can address this so-called structural violence to mitigate the growing human rights violation and to step forward for the promotion of human rights across the globe? This is my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will have one more question. All right.
Okay, so hello, my name is Gulapon Patrapumbawan from Learn Sati Patana School. As a youth myself, I can see many young people today that feels disconnected from their cultural roots due to maybe modernization and global influences. So my question is, how can educational institution help us reconnect with and preserve our own cultural identities, while also promoting respect for others without relying on stereotypes or roles that needs to be enforced? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any of our panelists would like to answer? Question from the gentleman from Nepal. You can. All right.
Thank you very much for your question. I think what is happening in Nepal is happening across the region. It's about class, right? There's a class system, and there are inequalities rooted in class system. And the people in power, the dominant group in power, are the people who are at the upper class of the wealth pyramid. They are the rich, they are the powerful, they are the 1%, they are the elite. So the marginalized communities who are at the bottom of the pyramid wealth would not experience their rights being respected and protected by the elite. And that's how our world is being built. It's built by the people in power. It's built by the 1%. It's built by the people at the top of the class. And the reason why it's because they see culture as a threat. The biggest challenge that we face is that we are not free to participate in our cultural life. And if we do, we are being punished, silenced, or even erased. So I totally hear you that if you're coming from a marginalized community and you would like your country to respect your fundamental human rights, and I'm thinking of, Nepal that has ratified Convention 169 on Indigenous People Rights, which is the only, the ILO Convention 169 on Indigenous People's Rights. It's really important for the government then to be able to respect Indigenous People's rights. And so we are experiencing a lot of governments being part of the United Nations, being part of the military system, but we're also experiencing the UDHR, the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, and the whole international human rights law system not working on the ground. And we see it in Nepal. We also see it in Palestine, right? What is happening right now with Palestine is a failure of international human rights law. What is happening to the Rohingya community across our region, it's also a failure of international human rights law. So how is it that people at the margins, people who want to protect their culture, are the ones that are being criminalized? And the main reason is fear. It's fear from people in control. It's fear from the people in power, and it's fear from the authoritarian regimes. A way to resist it, the elite, the caste, the upper caste is not going to give you your rights, right? You're born with it. It's inherent to us. Human rights are inherent to us. We're born with it. And that's why it's really important for us to focus on people power, because we all have power in this room in order to bring change. And so it's really important that whenever you're witnessing rights violation or marginalized communities that are being discriminated against because of who they are, you stand with them. We cannot just be on our own trying to defend our own rights. We need people to stand in solidarity with one another. And what does it truly mean to stand in solidarity in order to build people power, in order to bring change so that everybody can have their human rights respected? It means that you have to defer power. At Manushya, we have what we call the 4 Ds of solidarity. So the first one is difference. It's important that you defer power to the people on the front line of the struggle. They are the ones who are the expert on the issues. They know better than you. It's not because you're from the elite. It's not because you're rich that you know better than them. So it's really important that you defer power to them and you ask them what they want, what they need on their own terms, their own way. The second D, in order to stand in solidarity, is differences. It's really important to embrace differences. The reason why people are being discriminated against is because of our differences. The elite, the people in power, the dominant group, they don't want to embrace differences, but we must embrace differences. It's only by embracing our cultural differences, all our layers, that we will be able to be treated as equal human beings. The third D force of solidarity is disagreement. Like, we will never be able to agree on everything, but we need to respect dissent. We need to be able to respect people who don't agree with us and always defer power to those on the front line. And the last one for us is decolonial and decasting. It means that we need to disrupt the system. We need to be able to tell and to say that colonization of mindset, and power over the poor and the most marginalized needs to stop. We really need to have a bottom-up approach and build people power. So that's my answer to you.
Yeah, all right. So I like one of our panelists to quickly answer a question from our second participant.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your question. It's truly a challenge that we are living now. We are living in a society era that is an era of social pressure, but social pressure for the perfect image, for the perfect for the perfect skin, the perfect house, the perfect vacation, the perfect life. But life isn't perfect. Life is real. And that is something that we need to communicate. We need to communicate that what you have in your heart, what you have in your spirit, that is what truly matters. That is what truly is life. So that is the importance of culture. That is the importance of art, because our right to culture, it also includes the right to know our history. It includes to understand it, to learn from it. And learning is a living process, something we build every day. There will never be a substitute for common sense, for integrity, for honesty, and the genuine creativity of the soul. There is no substitute for that. Let's use technology as an ally, one that enhances but never replaces the unique brilliance of every artist. And remember, you are not alone. You are here listening, a lot of people, but there are many of us. Your voice is part of a largest chorus, one that is determined to build a better world. Stand tall, use your creativeness, and show the world that together we can create peace.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Ivanis. Now we are at the end of this panel session. We are already running out of time. So I just want to conclude by telling that let's get united for promoting and protecting human rights, and as well as let's enjoy our cultural rights. Let's respect other cultural activities so we can make this world a better place to live with different cultures, language, and nationality. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry for taking much time. We're running out of time. All right. Have a good day.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Rahul Casey, and all our incredible panelists for such a meaningful and thought-provoking discussions. May I now invite Dr. Mary Shuttleworth to kindly present a token of appreciation to our moderator and panelist. I would like to call upon Mr. Rahul Casey to come forward to receive the appreciation, please. We're really running behind the schedule, and you may know that UN is very particular about maintaining its schedule. Similarly, we have Prizana Kumchai. We have Emily Palami Paradichet, Maggie Ibanez. Last but not the least, Dr. Napashri Suwan Jothe. Thank you so much, all our panelists and moderator, Mr. Casey. Moving forward, now we'll move on to next panel. I'd like to request all the panelists and moderator to come forward for a group photo. And let's be very quick. As we continue our celebration of the UNESCO World Day for Cultural Dialogue, Diversity for Dialogue and Development, we are reminded of the spirit behind today's gathering, that cultural diversity is not a barrier, but a breeze, one that connects people across borders, generations, and worldwide. A group photo with a panelist and moderator along with Dr. Mary Shuttleworth. Now we move on to panel 2, Culture as a Catalyst for Peace Building, a conversation that explores how storytelling in all its form becomes a powerful tool to heal, connect, and build peace across communities. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Melissa Isagulkal. Dr. Melissa Isagulkal is a distinguished faculty member in the English department at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Sunandha Rajavat University in Bangkok. With a PhD and a passion for cross-cultural education, she actively engages in initiatives that promote language, learning, and cultural exchange. Her dedication to education and intercultural understanding makes her a valued contributor to initiatives that bridge culture and promote peace. Join me in welcoming Dr. Melissa Kal on the stage, please. Joining her on this panel are Ms. Joy Goma, founder of Brave Hearts Multimedia and granddaughter of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, continuing his legacy through the creative activism in South Africa. I kindly invite all our panelists to come forward and sit according to the nameplates in front of you. Similarly, we have Ms. Chonikarn Supitayaporn, better known as Ms. Thalan, whose work extends beyond the stage into advocacy and cultural representation. Similarly, we have His Highness Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali, Dewan and Heir Apparent, Prince of Arcot, India, a respected custodian of interfaith harmony, cultural heritage, and peace diplomacy. I kindly invite all our panelists to come forward and sit according to a nameplate. And before we begin this panel, I request our moderator, Dr. Melissa, to be very precise about the time, because we only have 30 minutes to get done to this panel, and now hand over this session to Dr. Melissa Kal to guide us through this important and inspiring dialogue. Thank you.
Yes. So, yes, I can hear myself right now. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How are you? How's it going? Is everything fine? Amazing. Thank you so much. So, we ate something, we drank something, and no one is sleeping, right? We are here with full of energy. Right? Yes? Woohoo! Thank you so much. So, first of all, I would like to say that it is an absolute pleasure to have many of you today with us. Thank you so much for coming here today to share this experience with all of us, because it's very important for us, you know, to have you here to share this amazing experience with you. I will be your moderator today. I am Dr. Melisa Ayşegül Çal. I'm Turkish. I'm from Turkey, and I am a faculty member at Sonsunanda Ratchapat University. I live here in Bangkok, and I also would like to say that I am actually thrilled to guide you today through this insightful and engaging session altogether. So, as you know that today, we are going to talk about, in the session, the role of storytelling in peace building. So, stories, as you know, whether personal narratives, shared histories, or cultural traditions, possess an incredible power to bridge divides and foster empathy and illuminate common ground. So, unfortunately, unfortunately, especially nowadays, in a world of, fractured by conflict, storytelling offers a unique pathway for understanding, for healing, and ultimately building more peaceful societies. We'll be exploring how narratives can transform our perspectives, encourage dialogue, and inspire collective action towards reconciliation and lasting peace. So, as you see that, Sawadika. So as you see that, we have an incredible lineup of speakers today, and each will bring a unique perspective, and also they will share their expertise with us today. Welcome here again, and thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce you our speakers quickly, and then we're going to start our speeches. Actually, wait a moment, please. Oh, yes, already over there. I'm a bit excited. Our first speaker today, the Diwan of Herat Paran and also Prince of Arcot in India, dear Mr. Nawabzadeh Muhammad Asif Ali. Welcome again, and thank you for honoring us with your presence here today. And our second speaker is Joy Ngoma with her great costume. I loved it. It's amazing, seriously, and your hair especially. The founder of Brave Hearts Multimedia from South Africa. Welcome here again. Thank you so much for being with us. And our third speaker is Tony Khan. Is it true? Oh, great. Chanrian Pasatai. I'm learning Thai language, by the way. So, Miss Tony Khan, Supita Yaporn, she is the Miss Thailand of 2023. She will also share her opinions and her perspective with us today. So, first of all, our first speaker is the Diwan of the Prince Arcot. We are going to give 10 minutes for each speaker, and plus 5 minutes, we're going to do question and answers part. So, the floor is yours, please. Do you want me to start with the question?
Mic is on. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's okay, right? Yeah.
First of all, a very good afternoon again. All thanks to the Almighty for bringing us together. And Dr. Melissa, your energy is amazing. It just charged us up. I mean, after after lunch, we're all feeling a little sleepy, but we're all wide awake.
I know.
So it's a great opportunity to be here in this panel, in this elite panel, and to be speaking along with you at the United Nations Conference Center. As I was telling in my speech, that it's a great opportunity to bring people together under one platform of humanity. And as I said in my speech earlier, there are various avenues and platforms which can be used to bring people together. And as we keep going in this panel, I'd like to add more to it.
Thank you so much, dear Mohammed Asif Ali. So may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So what's the role of royal family conveying the stories to other people in India?
What is the role of the royal families in bringing people together in India? I would say it is the duty of everyone, their duty to bring people together. And we come from the city of Chennai in the state of Tamil Nadu in India. And I come from the family of the Arcot Nawab. So let me just go back a bit in history and tell you that India has a very diverse history. Yes. It was ruled by various dynasties and sovereigns. And today, if you see, we're talking about bringing people together. But according to me, today we are divided. Mainly, whatever is happening today is because of the faith we belong to, or the caste or creed. And I think if we can play on that, we can bring people together under one platform. And then I'll go back to your question on the story. We come from a historic family which ruled a part of South India as Muslim rulers. And during their rule as sovereign rulers, their contribution to the non-Muslims, to the Hindus and the Christians, is immense. Why I'm saying this? Because this is an example of giving out of love and affection, out of concern for humanity. And I think when you ask about how the royal family plays a role, I would say that the platform is already made. We don't have to work on the foundation to make a platform. So we don't have to start from the scratch. By the grace of God, there is a goodwill in what we have already, which was built by, the foundation was laid by the royalty earlier. So we start from there. And it is our duty to follow that even today, to bring people together. And that's what we do. In India, we bring people together in the name of art, culture, sports, education. And it's not just the royalty. I think everyone is a royal when he or she brings anyone together.
So that means, that means at that point we can also talk about education, right?
Yes, I think that is the basis, no? First of all, the question is, what is education? Going to school and college and university, only that is not education, according to me. Education is what you apply after learning. That makes you an educated person or not. It's not just what you learn, but it's how you apply it. So the youngsters, the youth who are here and everywhere else, in all the countries, should understand and know that education, not only it bridges gaps, it also makes you a better person. It can start from home. The manners which you learn from your parents, that is education. It starts from there. And then what you learn at school, your college. But what to do with that education? A speaker in the morning spoke about bullying, right? True. That also divides people. And when you are educated on that front, you bring people together, right? Yeah, sure. So I think today, let's teach our youth the importance of knowing the roots your roots, knowing your culture first, and then you learn about other cultures. Because today we live in a world of diverse cultures. And today the world is a very small place. You have all the information, all the knowledge in your hand, on your fingertips. So this can be education as well as it can be information. And how you filter it and take it and apply it, that's what matters.
Thank you so much for this great short lecture and important messages. Thank you. So, our second speaker, Joy Ngoma, welcome again. So, would you like to start sharing your opinions with us? Or if you want, I can also start asking a question to you.
All right, sure, no problem. We can do
sure.
it either way.
So, in your view, how did you, first become involved in using storytelling to address challenging or promote positive change in South Africa, actually, I would like to ask?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Melissa. Firstly, I would like to say good afternoon. I usually say good morning, but I'm slowly crashing, so my body is telling me that it's afternoon, so I have to agree with that. It's such a great honor to be here today celebrating the Human Mosaic with the theme of celebrating cultures, building peace, surrounded by change makers, artists, storytellers like myself, who understand that culture is not just what we inherit, it is what we build, what we protect, and also what we pass down. So thank you to our brilliant moderator, Dr. Melissa, and your infectious smile and energy. To my fellow panelists, Asif and Chonikam. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. All right, it's an honor for me to share this stage with you. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to excellent speakers who some of them have left already. And I would also like to say thank you to the Sustainable Development Council, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, for giving us this platform to have a dialogue about culture as a catalyst for building peace, peace building, and also to the Kingdom of Thailand. Thank you very much. My name is Joy Ngoma, as Dr. Melissa has said. And to answer your question, I have had the privilege of living in 3 different cultural landscapes. I was born in South Africa, grew up in South Africa a little bit, and then spent some time in the United States. And then now I reside in the Republic of Georgia in Eastern Europe. So as a storyteller, for me, that is just a fountain of knowledge and storytelling that just keeps on coming like it's a blessing. In South Africa, my birth country, we are all privileged enough that we come from such great storytellers in our nation. And one story for me that comes to mind is when South Africa became a democratic country. One of the greatest stories that ever told in South Africa was through the rugby team in South Africa. We are just a country that was just transitioning from apartheid. We were not allowed to be part of the Olympics. We were not allowed to be part of any international organizations because of apartheid regime. And then Nelson Mandela became the first black president, democratic president. And with that came the gift of our World Cup called the Springboks. They participated in the World Cup and they won the World Cup. So the story around that, it's a story of healing in South Africa. What that cup represented, but it also told so many stories of so many South Africans that some of them didn't even get to see the transition of the country. So what our rugby team actually, the story they relate to us as South Africans and the rest of the world was that with reconciliation, with storytelling, with peace, there is hope in the world and there is healing, and that's how we are able to build peace. So in my contribution in South Africa, I worked as a producer for Sesame Street, which is a children's program, but in South Africa, it's broadcast in 11 languages on radio, and then on television, it's broadcast in 5 languages. And one of the greatest honor of that job was being able to work with young children in South Africa. And one of our Muppets is actually a 4-year-old who is HIV positive. And the story that we wanted to portray was that children are smarter than we all think they are, and they shouldn't be shut out of conversations or any doors. Like today, I'm so glad to see so many young people here being inquisitive and asking questions, not just any questions, but asking the right questions and approaching the people that they think they have the answers for those questions. So as a storyteller in South Africa, that's the program that I worked on. And part of it was that how do we take such big issues in the world like health and peace education and transform that message so that young people, especially early childhood education, are able to absorb or consume that information and still get the same messaging around it, to say that your health is important, to say that peace building is important. It's the key in all of our communities, not just peace in the world. And I know a lot, especially I'm guilty of that. My sister and I do that a lot, where we just peace in the world or peace in the Middle East. I grew up saying peace in the Middle East before I even knew what it meant, or before I even knew what the atrocities that are being committed in Palestine. So then it's that storytelling that I grew up with from my grandparents and from my mom and her siblings. So then I wish and I hope that in South Africa, I'm contributing to that positive storytelling. Thank you.
I would also like to say that South Africa is very lucky to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our third speaker is today Miss Thailand of 2023. Welcome again. You're very welcome. So first of all, I would like you to introduce yourself to us shortly, and then I would like to ask you, I mean, in your view, you know, you are a prominent public figure, actually, right? Yes. So how can sharing stories, especially your story, you know, help people understand each other better and build peace in our communities? Because especially nowadays, the beauty standards, you know, they are influence our lives so badly, we can say, but it also can change something, maybe, as cultural ambassadors like you. So this is a very different topic and also critical topic, I think. So please elaborate it for us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Melissa. Before I introduce myself, I have some speech to you all about my sign language. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a true honor to be here, and I'm so excited, and thank you, Dr. Melissa, and our speakers. It's really honor. And I'm here not just Miss Thailand, but as a voice for hope, resilience, and possibility. I want to talk to you all about something that I have been carrying with me every day. Is the belief that everything is possible, and don't let our limitations limit our ability. When I was crowned Miss Thailand, I knew it was more than a title, but it was a mission to represent the heart of Thai culture on the global stage, to be an ambassador of our traditions, our value, and our spirit. During my project And during my journey, I had the privilege to travel around the world to share the soul of Thai culture, whether it was through traditional Thai dance, dresses, food, language, or even beautiful Thai smile. And during my journey, but my journey didn't stop there because I was also honored to represent Thailand on an international stage named Miss Global, where I stood shoulder to shoulder with women from all around the world. At that moment, I realized something powerful. Our differences are not barriers, they are bridges. When we listen to others' stories, we grow. And when we share our own, we inspire. But perhaps the most meaningful journey I have taken wasn't only presenting Thai culture, but it was about rediscovering the power of human spirit right here through the project called Impossible. It began when I was the president of student union at my university. I have been working with deaf children and incorporate sign language into everyday communication on this project. And now, Impossible is a campaign is not only empowers deaf children across Thailand and around the world, but also the people from all walks. Through working with these young people, I realized something. They may not hear music, but they move with a rhythm of hope that no sound ever express. I met children who couldn't hear a single word, but they spoke the language of strength louder than anyone I have ever met. Some of them are now university students, business owners, artists, and all of them are proof that ability is not defined by what you lack, but by how much heart you are and how much heart you give. These young people taught me to stop and reflect on my own path. They reminded me, and now I want to remind you all that life will always offer you limitations, but only you can choose whether they become your poison or your power. Let me ask you something. What is your dream? And what's holding you back? If you don't know yet, that's okay. But don't let fear, background, or anyone else's opinion decide what you can or cannot become. You are enough, you're capable, and you're powerful beyond measure. The word impossible itself says, I'm possible. Every step you take toward your dream, no matter how small, is a step away from fear and a step toward freedom. If a child who cannot hear can still find their voice, then you too, you guys here, can rise no matter what circumstances. But dreams are not enough. We must act, have a clear goal, work hard, be kind, and never ever give up. Hope is the seed, action is the water. Together they grow into change. And beyond our personal dreams, we each have responsibility to make our world better. You don't need a crown to make an impact. All you need is compassion, volunteer, listen, support one another, lift each other up, share your strength. Because when we rest together, we build a society where no one is left behind. Be the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Let us create a world where diversity is celebrated, where challenges are not seen as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth. True beauty is not in appearances, but in action, in courage, and in kindness. It's more than beauty standard, for sure. And before I leave you today, and before let's do the question, I want to remind you one last thing before we talk about the question after this. It doesn't matter how you were born. What matters is how you choose to grow. So dream broadly, love deeply, live purposefully. Because you have the power to change the world. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
We have only 10 minutes.
Yeah. Don't worry, it's okay.
I know that how everyone wants to drink coffee deeply, insanely. So we have last 10 minutes. And I would like to ask you if you have any questions for our esteemed speakers here today. Of course you have, I knew about that. So until the microphone is going over there, I would like to ask dear Nababzada Muhammad Asif Ali, maybe you would like to add something more to our discussion today, to our panel today. Would you like to say something more for 1 or 2 minutes?
Oh, thank you so much, Melissa. Yes, for sure, definitely. So when we talk about uniting people and loving and with affection, so I would like to add one very important point is that to look for your own safety is as important as making your neighbors safe. So if your neighbor is attacked, it's your duty to safeguard his or her house. Similarly, if your neighboring country is attacked, it's the duty of this country to safeguard your neighbor as much as possible. So what I'm trying to say here is, stop killing of innocents because of a handful of extremists in that country. It's very important. I think more than anything, the media has to be controlled, and it is my humble plea that the United Nations can take a call and control the world media if possible, because the media shows us very good news, but at the same time, it also fuels the fire. So it's very important that if the media is controlled, many problems can be cured, can be stopped. I come from India, and I have friends in different parts of the world, including I have friends in Pakistan. What I'm trying to say here is India and Pakistan, the common people don't have any problem. We want to live in peace and harmony. We have families, we have children. Similarly, everyone has their own families. The problem is something else. It is never between the people of two countries. The problem is on the top. So let not the people fight amongst each other because of the problems somewhere else. Similarly, if a government wants to eradicate a certain problematic people, certain extremists, let them catch those elements and take care of them. Do not attack the innocents. Stop killing children and women and people, innocent people in Palestine. It's not about only that country, but anywhere in the world. Let's all get together and give a message of peace. It's not, you can't attack for an attack. We can only plea as the citizens of the world. Let's all make an attempt to request to every country which is on an offensive to talk, sit and talk, have a coffee, talk and finish the problems. Stop killing innocent people. We can bring a lot of peace together.
Thank you so much for these great and important messages. It's the only thing we need today, just peace, right? Thank you so much. So we have 6 minutes. We're going to get the questions quickly. I think there was, yes, someone over there. Would you please? Yes.
Okay, so firstly, good morning everyone who made this event possible. I'm Hay and I'm currently studying international relations and development at the Rensselaer University. So my question is, in some area where the authoritarian region or the dominant powers, they actively suppress the indigenous culture or like they rewrite the historical storytelling. So in that situation, how can the youth reclaim their cultural identity through storytelling without putting themselves as a risk? Thank you.
Would you please ask your questions
Okay.
again, but
So,
quickly,
yeah.
please? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, my question is, for some regions, so they are like the authoritarian regions or the dominant powers, they actively suppress the indigenous culture or they rewrite the historical narrative. So at that situation, how can the youth in that area, they can reclaim their cultural identity through storytelling, but without putting themselves as a risk?
Actually, that's a great question, but we have 5 minutes left. So, dear Joy Ngoma, would you like to say something about that? I think
Yeah, I'll
this
go.
is yes,
That's fine.
please.
Thank you. Can you say your name again, please?
I'm Hay from Myanmar.
I'm Hay from Yemen.
Myanmar, yes.
Yemen.
Myanmar, Burma.
Myanmar.
Yes.
Okay, Burma.
Yes.
Okay, one of my favorite countries, by the way. So, okay, that's actually a very good point. So I will respond based on my work with Aung San Suu Kyi in Burma. Earlier, I mentioned that having been exposed to three landscapes of culture, the United States, America, and South Africa, it also helped shape my understanding of peace, my understanding of my own identity, and my understanding of where do I belong as a human being. So when I was residing in Nashville, Tennessee, I was part of a program called U.S. Campaign for Burma. And what basically we were doing was my entire car was black, but it was painted in red to say Free Aung San Suu Kyi and Free Burma, and to create awareness around my community in Nashville, Tennessee, because people didn't know where Burma is or where Myanmar is located. But we were telling stories of young children being put forward before the military regime, the junta military in Burma, where young kids were getting blown their limbs and women were being used or tortured, and they were using rape as a tool to torture women and children. And I remember this stayed with me, and that's when I got to learn the difference between empathy and compassion, because we were raising funds when Aung San Suu Kyi was under house arrest. So what I did was I turned my entire house for 48 hours, which was the entire weekend, to have the sense of what it feels like to be under house arrest, where my friends and my teachers would come to my house and visit me like it was a real prison. And I know it was sort of like playing or trying to put myself in the shoes of Aung San Suu Kyi. And I received from the organization U.S. Campaign for Burma a letter, a drawing from a child who was 8 years old. And the child had, the drawing was a drawing of train marks. And at the train station, there was blood, and then there were limbs, there were hands, there were feet, and then there was a head. And I remember showing my mom that photo, and I was crying, and I said to my mom, as an 8-year-old in South Africa or an 8-year-old in America, all I was drawing was rainbows and oranges and apples and my family members, and everything was glorious. But look at this child in Southeast Asia, understanding the story, the reality of where they are born, where they cannot be drawing fruits and vegetables, they cannot be drawing Barbie dolls. So to answer your question, what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter how horrible the situation is. Every step that you take, it matters. For the mere fact that you are attending this conference today, you are representing your people, you are representing the stories of the people of Burma, which some of them cannot leave the country. So every step that you take, it's risky, and that's why we wouldn't do this work if it wasn't risky. It's risky for all of us. So that's how I would say it. Every step that you take, every little bit that you do, you are representing your people, and you are making sure that the rest of the world knows about what's happening in Burma.
Thank you so much. Great answer. Thank you. So, unfortunately, our time is up. I was going to actually ask Miss Tony Khan, maybe she would like to she would like to say something more, but actually it's over, but maybe you can say 1 or 2 sentences and then we can close up the session with this. Would you like to? That was a great speech, actually. Sorry? No, yeah, sure. Last sentences to everyone.
Oh, to everyone, right? And the dear youth in Thailand and also around the world, I would just say everything is possible. Don't let your limitations limit your future, your ability. You can be anything you want. Just do it. Pay attention and determination. And finally, it's your day. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you once again to our wonderful panelists for your powerful insights, and to our moderator, Dr. Melissa Isagul-Cal, for guiding the conversation very gracefully. Now, may I kindly request Dr. Mary Shuttleworth to honor our moderator and panelist, and I request her to come forward. All right, joining her, I'd like to call upon our moderator, Dr. Melissa Isagul-Cal, to receive the token of appreciation. Similarly, we have Miss Joy Goma, founder of Brave Hearts Multimedia and granddaughter of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Similarly, we have Miss Joni Karn Supitaya Pern, better known as Miss Thailand, whose work extends beyond the stage into advocacy and cultural representation. And we have His Highness Nawab Shada Muhammad Asif Ali Devan, an heir apparent Prince of Orkut, India, a respected custodian of interfaith harmony, cultural heritage, and peace diplomacy. A group photo, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I kindly request you to be a little quick. When His Highness requests, how can we deny? For a photo shoot. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward. We draw this powerful, thought-provoking day to a close. We take a moment to reflect on many insights, connections, and commitments shared during the Human Mosaic, celebrating cultures, building peace. To offer our closing reflections and commitments, we are honored to welcome President and founder of Youth for Human Rights International, Dr. Mary Shuttleworth, on the stage, please. Closing remarks. No.
Slide. It's a slide. It's one slide. It's just, he's got a slide for me. Well, how do we close? How do we thank these incredible panelists, the incredible speakers that we had, the dignitaries, the ambassadors, the royalty, all these incredible speakers we had. And I really want to compliment the students who asked the questions. You did a great job with those questions. So let's all just give another round of applause for everybody who participated to make this incredible event happen. So anybody who knows me knows that this is a part that I'm afraid is my worst part. Because you see, I believe that in groups like this, we are truly, when we've come together at the end of a conference like this, we have become family. Am I right? So to me, we never say as family, you never really say goodbye. So all I want to say is thank you for coming, and I'm not going to say goodbye because family never says goodbye, but I will say farewell and we'll see you next time. Now, if it's possible for me to have a slide, a very specific, there you go. And I would like to invite every single one of you to consider joining us in New York at the United Nations headquarters for our upcoming International Human Rights Summit that will be from July 24 to 26. I hope to see my family all there. Unfortunately, we did not include the QR code that we were hoping to have ready for you, but Dachna has promised me that he's going to email the QR code to all of you so that you know where you can sign up and register and see you at our International Human Rights Summit. Where? New York. When? July 24 to 26. Thank you very much and farewell. See you later.
Thank you, Dr. Shuttleworth. As we close today's event, let us carry forward the spirit of cultural understanding and dialogue that brought us here together. Now, last but not the least, we do have another closing statement from our Chairman of the Sustainable Development Council and co-founder of the International Youth Forum, Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, on the stage, please.
So, it's a very good evening. It's been a very long day. So as we close this human mosaic, I want to thank you for bringing your stories, your passions, and your humanity. We build together is a reminder our differences are not divisions. They are the strength that unite us. Every culture, every idea shared here is added a tile to a greater vision for creating just an inclusive and compensate world. Let us not this energy fed. Let's carry into our homes, into our communities, into our workplace, where change truly begins. You are not just a participants, you are the builder of the better future. Together we are the human mosaic. Thank you once again. So we are officially signing off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramu. Now, moving forward, I'd like to invite our incredibly young changemaker, our students who are shaping a better tomorrow, for a group photo session on the stage, please. And I request the principal or teachers to bring the students with a cap of Youth for Human Rights. All the students, please come forward for the group photo session. I request teacher, principal to bring the students along with the YHRI cap.
Thank you.
BRI cab right now. You can go for the afternoon tea break. The rest of the participants, please stay here and you come forward for another group photo with a cab nomad. Please come forward. Students, you can join the afternoon tea break that's outside. Yeah. Thank you.
ဒီချက်ဒီနားနေရမယ်ထင်တယ်ကြည့်ရဟုတ်ဘာမှမပါလေကျွန်တော်တယောက်ထဲပဲဒီကဒီတော့ဝက်ပဲเนาะဒီတော့ sorry
Okay, but everybody have a similar dress. Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Participants with the nomad cab, please come forward for a group photo session. Students, you can go enjoy your afternoon tea break outside the hall.
လာတိတ်ပြီးတော့